pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we start today's board meeting, I want to take just a moment and have a moment of silence for the horrific loss of innocent lives Sunday. And I also want, in that reflection, to think about the first responders, because it doesn't matter what tragedy we're facing. While innocence is running out and looking for help, first responders are running in. So please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, is that point in the agenda for oral communication? The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Is there any public comment?
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Mr. Royce, board members, and Mr. Pedro. My name is Larry Crabtree. I'm the fire chief up at Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. And I wanted to talk about one of the items that's on the consent agenda, but I understand is going to be pulled from the agenda today. I got your email this morning, Mr. Pedro. Thank you very much. But first I want to talk to you, but I do have some comments about that one. But first I want to talk to you.
Okay, so Mr. Crabtree, I just want to be sure that anything that would be a conversation about the consent agenda, we will be having public comment during consent agenda.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So first I want to talk to you about Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Some of you remember the story. On Sunday evening, October 8, 1871, what has become known as the Great Chicago Fire started. Some blamed it on Catherine O'Leary's cow kicking over a lantern or a lamp in a barn behind 137 DeKoven Street in Chicago. However, Mrs. Leary and her cow were later exonerated by the city of Chicago in 1997. The fire killed about 300 people, left another 100,000 homeless. It destroyed 3.3 square miles of downtown Chicago, Illinois. Balloon construction of wood frame buildings greatly contributed to the fire spread, along with the local drought and exhausted firefighters. High winds and dramatic fire conditions caused fire whirls, a phenomenon known to every wildland firefighter, but rarely seen in urban fire situations. The city's 185 firefighters and 17 horse-drawn steam engines had been on numerous fires in the hours and days preceding this event. Prisoners were even released from the jail when the courthouse caught fire. The site of the fire origin on DeKoven Street is now the home to the Chicago Fire Academy. During this same short time period, the town of Holland, Michigan was destroyed by fire, as was Manistee in what became known as the Great Michigan Fire. The Port Huron fire swept through Port Huron, Michigan, and much of Michigan's thumb. Another fire swept through the city of Urbana, Illinois, and Windsor, Ontario, Canada. The Peshtigo fire, which some in this room know about, consumed the town of Peshtigo, Wisconsin, and dozens of other small towns, killing between 1,200 and 2,500 people, charring 1.5 million acres of land. The Peshtigo fire remains the deadliest fire in America's history. In 1911, on the 40th anniversary of the Great Chicago Fire, the Fire Marshals Association of North America, which is a section of the National Fire Protection Association, sponsored the first National Fire Prevention Day. The first National Fire Prevention Week was declared by President Calvin Coolidge for October 4 through 10, 1925. He stated, "This waste results from the conditions which justify a sense of shame and horror, for the greater part of it could and ought to be prevented. It is highly desirable that every effort be made to reform the conditions which have made possible so vast a destruction of the national wealth. Each year since, National Fire Prevention Week has been the full week, Sunday through Saturday, that includes that includes October 9th to commemorate the Great Chicago Fire and other disasters during that period. I know it's too late this year for Tuolumne County to recognize Fire Prevention Week, which this year is October 8th through 14. But I encourage the board to recognize National Fire Prevention Week in Tuolumne County in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Connie O'Connor, Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, but not for long. Good morning. There is something on your consent calendar this morning that I'm just here to say thank you in advance for considering, and that's the resolution that you're going to look at. I'm also here this morning to introduce someone very special, and that is Lizette Sweetland, who will become the new executive director, beginning part-time, sort of kind of sometime during this month, and then full-time in January. So without further ado, then, Lizette Sweetland.
Welcome.
And we have just a little gift for you that we're going to just come and pass out. And Lizette, being true to the persona of executive directors for arts alliances worldwide, was up this morning at midnight and after, creating that to bring to you today. So thank you very much, and thanks again for everything.
Thank you, Connie. And Lizette, welcome, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, and I look forward to working with you as well. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Belinda Barlow, Solid Waste Manager, and I'm here today to let you and the community know that we are currently holding a tire amnesty event. It will run through October 15th. It's being held at the Calciar Transfer Station and the Groveland Transfer Station. To lessen the impact at the Calciar Transfer Station, we ask that residents call to make an appointment before taking tires there by calling 209-533-7997. No appointment is necessary to take tires to the Groveland Transfer Station. Light truck or car tires without rims are accepted for free. A resident may haul up to 9 tires per trip. If a resident has more than that, they can call our office at 209-533-5588, and we can give them a waiver to haul up to 20 tires. Information about this event is posted on the county's website, and the funding for this event comes from a CalRecycle Tire Amnesty Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda.
Duke York, Deputy Director of the Engineering and Roads Division for Tuolumne County. We have a training opportunity coming up before the board chambers here. It will be held on October 19th, which is a Thursday at 8:15 a.m. And it's Rich Mull from the Regional Water Quality Control Board will be in here for training. We will also show it on Channel 8. And it's a great opportunity to make the community aware of the need for erosion control, especially with the coming winter. And a lot of good information made available for free. We also, like I said, show it on Channel 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke.
Duke, could you send a flyer to me so I can send it out?
Certainly will.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on September 19th, 2017, approving the increase of the public health officer full-time employee from .8 to 1 full-time, actually. Adopting the resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality. Number 4 has been pulled off and will be considered later. Number 5 is approving the reappointment of Michael Pierce to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council and approving the appointment of Wayne Steer to the Oak Grove Cemetery District.
Thank you. Would the members like anything pulled? Is there any public comment?
Larry Crabtree, Fire Chief, New York Sugar Pine Fire. I have a couple of comments about the item that's been pulled, but I would like to make the comments so that they're in the record and you have them in front of you as you consider the item for the future, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
The brief.
Okay. Wow, 10 years. That's a lot for a person to commit as a volunteer. It's longer than 2 terms on your board. It's longer than most paid firefighters, and I refer to paid firefighters, not career firefighters. Someone who's been a volunteer firefighter for 10 years has pretty much established that as a career, perhaps a second or third, but a career at that time. These 7 individuals that are in the agenda item are very special individuals. It would be nice to know who they are and to see that they're recognized for their work with something more than just money. Perhaps that's already, if it is, I apologize, I'm unaware of that. It would also be interesting to discover what kept them around for so long. Knowing what kept these 7 individuals around for as long as they did might be instructive and might lead the county fire department to a new or revised recruitment and retention tool. We frequently focus on employees as they leave to see why they leave, but perhaps we could, at least in this circumstance, focus on those that stuck around and see what works. As the county is eliminating this benefit, it might be an opportune time to see why no volunteer firefighter has enrolled in this program in over 10 years. Maybe it's not attractive. Maybe it's not enough money. Maybe there's an internal marketing failure. But knowing what didn't work with this program could only enhance future recruitment and retention. Armed with this knowledge, the county fire department should be able to continue to enhance and improve its volunteer recruitment effort and put the $500,000 in grant revenue where it will have the most impact. Perhaps an in-house program similar to this one, but funded and managed by county staff instead of an outside firm. And lastly, increasing the strength of the county fire department's volunteer program is good not only for the county and its residents, but it's also a benefit to every other fire department in the county as well as the state. We applaud the efforts of the Tuolumne County Fire Department in its recruitment and retention efforts, and we anticipate a growth in the volunteer cadre over the next few years as the continued efforts go forward with the retention program.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree, and I am sure that when this item comes back that you will be communicating with staff.
Thank you.
All right, bring it back to the board.
I'll move in favor of the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfield, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 7?
Consideration of adopting a resolution declaring October 2017 as Arts and Humanities Month in Tuolumne County.
Once again, I sort of jumped the gun before. I apologize. I thought maybe we would come up just now so that Lizette might say a word or two if she'd like, or if you have any questions. And also to thank you again for the many, many years that you have been willing to sign this proclamation and make it part of our county festivities for October. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you so much again for having me. I just want to start off on the right foot with everyone by saying that I look forward so much to working with you, and it's been my belief as a longtime resident of Tuolumne County that art is very much alive here. It's where I got my start in the art world and where I've carried it. So I'm very grateful that I have a community behind me that really believes in what we'll do, and I really hope that we can keep it going in the future. So thank you very much, and have a great October.
All right. Is there any public comment? I'll bring this back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation to approve the resolution, adopting the resolution declaring October 2017 as Arts and Humanities Month in Tuolumne County.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 8?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming October 1 through 7, 2017 as National 4-H Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. Sharon.
My name is Sharon Smales. I'm a 27-year 4-H leader in Tuolumne County. And I'm very proud of the group of leaders I'm bringing up to you today. I will let each and every one of them introduce themselves to you. But I do have a special young lady with me. This is Hannah. And she and another young lady, Jenny, are my new leadership team, which means that they are on the backup team. They are learning to be the all-stars. They are our future all-stars. So they are in training, and I'm very, very proud of this group. I want you to know that we have, over the years of me being an all-star advisor and a 4-H leader, we have got lawyers, doctors, and right now we also have an airborne Army Ranger as one of our former all-stars. We have firemen, police officers, and every other gamut of employment. And it's really, really a very big honor for me to introduce to you our all-stars.
Good morning. My name is Haley Gregg, and I am currently a senior at Sonora High School. This is my 9th year in 4-H, and I am proudly a 2015 through 2018 Tuolumne County 4-H All-Star. The projects I am currently involved in are swine and rabbits. While this is my last year in 4-H, I can proudly say that being a part of such a wonderful program has shaped me to be the person I am today. My first ever 4-H meeting, I refused to even stand up and introduce myself. That's something as simple as saying my name, Haley. I just did it for you guys. So now I can comfortably speak in front of various crowds. Now looking back, my public speaking has been improved, but also my social skills. I've made many of my friends through 4-H. Not only have I made friends, but I've also grown with all the surrounding, caring people in this community that I can now call my second family. It has always been my dream to be a part of something so big in this community, and the support you give us makes that come true. Without your tremendous support, we wouldn't be given the opportunities to experience such great events where we meet people and grow as people. 4-H thanks you tremendously, and I thank you. So have a wonderful day.
Good morning. My name is Faith Hamilton. I am a Tuolumne County 4-H All-Star, and I'm a sophomore at Somerville High School. I'm on the JV volleyball team, and I attend every sporting event to cheer on my fellow Bears. This is my 7th year in 4-H. 4-H has left a huge impact on my life. I would never have gone up to someone and talked to them, afraid we wouldn't have something in common. 4-H helped me communicate with adults, teenagers, and kids to realize we all have something in common. The Tuolumne County 4-H program has helped me come out of my shell, stand up for kids, take on responsibilities, and made many new friends from different counties. 4-H has given me the opportunity to do that. I would like to show my gratitude to all of you here this morning, and I would like to thank you for supporting the Tuolumne County 4-H program.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Tech Rodriguez. This is my 8th year in 4-H. I'm a returning all-star. I'm a junior at Sonora High School. I'll be playing soccer for the varsity team. I'm in a club that has been recently made called In the Mix, where we make different cultural dishes and learn about the cultures along with their history. 4-H has opened my eyes to a new perspective on how we get and make our daily needs. For example, my swine project has shown me how much work is put into raising an animal, to be served on a plate for a family instead of knowing it only comes from a grocery store. It's shown me how a good majority of our population make money along with the living. Being a junior in high school has also helped me realize the real world and how it works. Without 4-H, I wouldn't be the person that I am today, which is a confident teenager who's not afraid to conquer obstacles that are in my way. I would like to thank you for letting us All-Stars come and talk to you all today. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jordan Hampton. I'm 14 years old and attend Sonora High School, where I am involved in my leadership and ag classes. This is my 6th year in 4-H, and I am proud to be one of the newest members of the Tuolumne County 4-H All-Star team. Becoming an All-Star has always been my goal, ever since I joined 4-H 6 years ago. I've always looked up to the All-Stars and loved the idea of planning, organizing, and putting on county-wide events. I've taken many steps to reach my goal, working hard in all my projects. I've been a member of the Public Speaking Project for the past 5 years. As junior leader of this project, I assist members in writing and presenting their 4-H presentations. I've competed at county, regional, and state levels. 2 years ago, I wrote and delivered a speech on Temple Grandin, who, living with autism, designed most of the slaughterhouses used in the U.S. and Canada. She's also an autism advocate and a professor at Colorado State University. With this speech, I advanced all the way to the state fair, where I was recorded for the state 4-H website. Just last year, I was asked to attend a conference where I got to spend time with Temple, and was even asked to introduce her as the keynote speaker. This was one of the most rewarding 4-H experiences I've had. I've also been involved in the swine and poultry projects for the past several years. In both of these projects, I have served as junior leader. As junior leader, I assist the project leader in planning and putting on project meetings, whether it be putting on a presentation or having a workshop to teach members how to show an animal. Showing an animal at fair is my favorite part of 4-H. I have a passion for working with animals and love to share my knowledge with other 4-H members. I plan to have a lifelong career in agriculture, attending Columbia College and Cal Poly. It means a lot for me to be here speaking to you today, because it is through experiences like these that 4-H has given me the confidence and perseverance I need to accomplish anything. I feel blessed to live in Tuolumne County, where 4-H has so much support from the community and friends like you. I just wanted to thank you for all you do.
Good morning. My name is Belle Bloom. I am 14 years old. This is my 6th year, the Tuolumne County Foothill 4-H program. When people ask me what 4-H is, or why do I do it, my answer is always the same. It's not just about the animals or the ag. It's about the people, the experiences, and the life skills that will be used throughout my whole life. Growing up in 4-H has really shown me what responsibility and hard work is like, but it's also given me a sense of leadership and what it's truly about. Watching my older sister Grace grow up to become a successful young woman and leader in her community, college, and now in her future job has inspired me to follow in her footsteps and become an all-star. Although becoming an all-star was a challenge and took hard work, I got through it with the support from my family, my friends, my leaders, and you. You give so many kids the greatest opportunities in life, and my fellow all-stars and I are so grateful to have you here and support 4-H and this community. So again, thank you for your continued support. Have a good day.
And after they pass those out, I know the board has a few comments they'd like to make. I know it.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, hon.
In this case.
So if I could ask the All-Stars to just return back over here, because I know the board is anxious to address you before we do go to a motion and public comment. But I'm going to use the chair's prerogative, and I'm going to speak first, which I usually don't do. But I listened to you, and I've had the privilege of listening and seeing All-Stars for 2 decades now in Tuolumne County. And I look at the numbers of individuals that have gone through the program, and it's astounding. I listened to you speak today, and each and every one of you are so very articulate and confident. And that's what the program does. The program develops our youth, and it's so vital and important in today's world. It's so relevant. And I want to thank you for what I know will be a lot of hours of leadership this year. I'm going to thank you ahead because I know what you will step up and do. And in working with those that are coming behind you, and your leadership and your example is so important to all of the youth in Tuolumne County. And lastly, I want to thank the volunteers. You're not standing here alone. You're standing on a very broad base of volunteers, which I know you all recognize in this community. But that's your parents, that's your leaders, that's folks that donate to the program, and all of those pieces make this the tremendous success that it is. And so, again, congratulations and thank you. Supervisor Gray.
Yes, you don't need to thank us. We need to thank you for being the people that you are. Just continue. Sherry said it all, but it's just great to see you do what you do. Thank you again.
Yeah, what do I say after that? But I want to say congratulations. You are amazing young people. I know when I was your age, I wouldn't do what you do. I just didn't have that confidence. But when 4-H brings that out in you, and I'm just amazed. You are stellar examples of what's good in America and what's good in Tuolumne County, and I love it. This is one of the fun things we get to do, is to be here with you and watch you grow, if you will, and to lead. So I encourage you to keep up the hard work and do this. Thank you for being here.
Ladies, two things. First of all, the 4-H program is one of the vital programs in our community, and I echo Supervisor Brennan's comments about the volunteers, and we really need to keep that program alive. But the most important thing, you five and any number of people like you, you are the future of this country. Some of you may at some time sit on this dais or a dais in another county somewhere in our nation. You may be commanders in the military. You may be chiefs in the fire service. There are so many leadership positions out there that are waiting for you to come and lead our country in the years going forward. And I just want to thank you for stepping up, working hard, achieving your personal goals, and encourage you to continue to do that. I am absolutely confident after listening to the five of you that our future, the future of this country, is going to be in good hands, and I thank you for that.
I think my fellow board members said it well, but I too would like to personally thank you for being here today and for all of your achievements and involvement in 4-H. I congratulate you, and I look forward to your bright futures. Thank you.
So before I ask the board for a motion, is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back.
Madam Chair, with all the confidence in the future of our country, I would like to move that we adopt a resolution proclaiming October 1st through 7th, 2017 as National 4-H Week in Tuolumne County.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you.
All right, will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving the selection of the 2017 Community Development Block Grant projects and directing staff to write the applications.
Good morning, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. At your board meeting on the 5th of September, we discussed...
Hey, Terry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Certainly.
I have to recuse myself on this. Sarah told me so.
Okay.
Here's government code, section 87100. So I have a conflict of interest because I participate with the county revolving loan fund with my business. So therefore, I will step out of the room until you're done. Thank you.
Ms.
Right.
Cox.
So, on the 5th of September, you held a public hearing to discuss possible projects for the 2017 Community Development Block Grant Program to be submitted to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And you will remember that when we had the public hearing, we talked about the special parameters that apply to the 2017 cycle for Tuolumne County. That is, normally, because you were funded in 2016, you would not be eligible to apply, having not spent 50% of your open grants so far. But they did have a waiver for this cycle only that allowed 2016 grantees to be able to apply in 2017, and they lifted the cap for overall funding per jurisdiction from $2 million to $5 million. So after the public hearing, the county issued a call for projects that was advertised and listed on the county website, and applications were due on the 18th of September. These were reviewed by Deputy County Administrator Maureen Frank and by me, and we received 2 applications. So both applications were for approximately the full amount, which was $5 million. One was for the renovation of the Jamestown Wastewater Treatment Facility, which is operated by Jamestown Sanitary District, and the second was for a daycare facility in Tuolumne City to be operated by the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. Now, both of these are needed projects. In general, they meet the criteria for the CDBG program, but in 2017, this emphasis on shovel-ready projects leaned heavily to the Jamestown project. We only have about a month to prepare the application so that it can meet the December 1st submittal deadline, and as a result of that, the time that we would normally have to develop an application for the environmentals, for site control, for preliminary design, and some of the criteria for shovel ready for this cycle. Jamestown already had that in place because they are working with the state revolving fund for their sewer project, but we hadn't had time to get that information developed for the Tuolumne City daycare project. So on that basis, the staff recommendation is for the board to select the Jamestown project. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? Right, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move in favor of staff recommendation.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Royce recused.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of adopting a modification to the County of Tuolumne jail construction bidding schedule.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator, and with me is Tom Russell from Moss Construction Management Firm. As your board is aware, on September 5th, your board approved plans and specs for the new county jail project and authorized staff to go out to bid, with bids due on October 6th, 2017 at 2 o'clock. With this schedule, it meant that construction would then start, by the time we got bids back, somewhere in very late November at the very, very best case, or most likely late December, and that just depends on the state and their being able to vet our package. At that time, when we went out to bid, county staff had some concerns regarding starting this project in the middle of the rainy season, but we pressed on because there was some real concerns in regarding escalation of the project. It was during the mandatory bid walk meeting that several of our subcontractors that do earthwork in this community expressed concerns about opening up this project at that time in the middle of winter. And with that, staff went back and asked Tom and Moss to please go back and ask questions and really look at things. And the questions really are the winter conditions. So the first package that Craig handed out to you was the weather. As you can see from the handouts that were given to you, what we received from the National Weather Service, the direct quote from the National Weather Service representative that we have, and this is word for word, the outlook for the next 6 months is equal chances, so that's what you see on the maps that are presented from you to you, is of precipitation for Tuolumne County. Equal chances means 33.3% above normal, 33.3% for normal, and 33.3% below normal. So they're calling for a normal year. It is what it is. The second handout that was given to you, I went on a website last night and looked at the history of monthly climate summary of rainfall. And it's from 1903 to 2016. And as you can see on the chart that was handed out, you look at precipitation for Tuolumne County specific, and you look at the months of January, February, and March are our heaviest months, being January is 6.13 inches, February 5.55, March 5.10, and April being 2.77. So it significantly drops off at that time. That's the best we can do as far as what is normal. This is a trend over 100 years looking at rainfall. With the concerns and with we had, what staff is proposing to you is a different construction schedule. There's a new chart that shows you our current schedule, for example, has bids due October 6th. We would like to extend that bid date to October 24th. That would mean that instead of doing the conditional award to the board, that the board would do on October 21st would be pushed back till November 7th. This means the worst case scenario stating that having the state take 60 days to vet the project, instead of a start date of around December 27th, the start date would be January 8th. The notice to proceed, originally we had set for January 2nd. What we're asking for is to push that back to January 15th. And with the proposed new schedule, we would like to have the initiate the earthwork not until March 1st to try to get over the rainy season to be able to have a productive project out there and to have a successful project out there. With pushing the earthwork back to March 1st, then the construction time frame would change from 18 months to 20 months. And then at the very bottom, you see that the construction completion date would change from July 2019 to the construction completion time of September 2019. What I'd like to do now, that the last handout that was given to you kind of shows you the difference between the transit project and the county jail project. The county transit project, we opened up 2 acres. And the jail project, we're opening up 6 acres. Very significant difference there. The slope for the transit project had gentle slopes. I call it Tuolumne County flat, if you will. The jail project, it's basically a knoll with slopes on all 3 out of the 4 sides of the project. The topography for the transit, it was relatively easy. And for the jail site, quite simply, it's challenging in so many different ways. Grading needed for the 2 projects. For transit, it was medium amount of grading that was needed. Quite honestly, for the jail, a significant amount of grading will be needed to be able to fit it into the topography that's there and to bench it against the hillside. Retaining walls. For the transit project, there were small retaining walls needed that were 3 foot in height, and there was just around the transit building itself. For the jail project, we're talking an extensive amount of retaining walls, especially around the perimeter of the jail site. And that Tom will talk to you about more about why that's a concern for us if we proceed in January. The distance to Sullivan Creek, I did not get you in the exact distance, but the transit project was close. The jail project is even closer. You know, and we worry about other tributaries near there. We started the transit project in September of 2016, and here we're looking at starting the project in the winter of 2018. So, with that, I'm going to have Tom Russell talk to you a little bit about some of the reasons why staff is recommending to your board that we go with the augmented proposed schedule for you.
So some of the concerns we've noted in as far as opening the ground up in the middle of the rainy season is cost and risk mainly, and with the unknown of what the rainy season is really going to look like. You heard Mo explain the weather forecast, and nobody really knows and neither do the contractors. And so the resounding response from all the earthwork contractors that I spoke to, which was 4 to 5 of them, and then 3 to 4 general contractors, was we don't know, it's a risk. And so with risk and unknowns, it becomes a dollar figure for them, which amounts to additional staff, additional stormwater prevention, additional materials, hay bales, all the silt fence and barriers that go along with it, and mostly a lack of production. So if you start opening up the ground, and I know some of you are familiar with construction, when you start opening up the ground and the dirt, the earth is wet and mushy, and you can't work on it, and you just end up backtracking. You're not moving forwards, you're going backwards because you're grooving it up with your equipment. This red clay in this area is just compounds the issue, and you really can't go forward as quickly as possible. And so one of the questions and concerns that I hear is the escalation. What does the escalation do? Obviously, we all want to get going. The sheriff wants to move in, and we all want to avoid the costs. But the beauty of this plan is that we stay on course for bidding. The contractors lock in pricing, and we use that little spread of time before we actually dig into the earth to plan, strategize, and schedule the project. Escalation is more of a planning tool that firms use to look at what each month is going to do in terms of materials as we go forward. But if we lock in the materials, the cost of steel and everything that, we're always hearing stories about steel escalating, we lock in those prices now, we're going to do ourselves a favor by locking them in and using that time, I believe, Moss believes, to plan for this event.
The only other thing the only thing I would add to that is we don't know what the weather is going to be like. So with this schedule, what Tom and I have talked about is we get to February and the 30-day outlook is no rain in the future. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have to wait until March to start. So if the weather forecast is looking good and we have agreements with the contractor, because we know they want to get started on this project, and we know the sheriff wants to move in as soon as possible, then we'll start the project earlier. But that gives us some security in regards to if it is another really wet season, that we've mitigated as much as we can to guard against State Water Board fines, delays in the project, cost overruns in regards to extra days on the project.
Supervisor Royce.
I fully support what you're recommending here. I think it's the right thing to do. I think the effort that we put forth to move this project ahead and get it bid out at this time was the right thing to do, try to get ahead. I think the approach in trying to lock in the pricing and postpone the start to the spring is not going to affect escalation. 2 months in proportionality to the total duration of this project is nothing, and contractors aren't that sophisticated. It's not going to change their outlook. I think you're right. It will make them more confident in their numbers without having too much fluff and pad and trying to account for any risk of the winter weather. So that's the right thing to do. And personally, as a contractor, I like winning projects in the fall and starting them in the spring. You're building up backlog. When you're putting it out that far, I think when contractors are building their backlog, they're going to be more competitive with their margins and their rates. And once they fill their backlog, anything they're bidding is going to be icing on the cake, and they're going to bid it at a premium. So I think that puts the contractors in a position to do that. I believe that you guys are wise for listening to the contractors, because they're going to tell you when they're right now, contractors are very busy. They're very competitive. This puts it out a little farther, and that it's going to make it better for us. So this is the right thing to do. All in all, we already had our job walk. You're going to issue an addendum, right? Yes, we will. How many bidders do we expect to have? How many?
At the mandatory, at the mandatory bid walk, we had 6 primes that signed up and then are interested in bidding the project.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I think you're doing a good job.
Any other questions?
I'll wait until public comment.
Yeah, no questions. I think it's the right thing to do. It's a smart thing to do. So,
and I'm just going to, Mo, you've already answered my question, which really got around if we, saw a drier than normal pattern, would we have the flexibility to be able to begin that work with a 30-day outlook earlier? So thank you for answering that question. All right, is there any public comment?
Duke York, Deputy Director, in charge of Engineering and Roads, and a amateur weather historian. Yes. I keep records throughout the county and have for over 40 years. The 140-year history that we have for the city of Sonora is a great tell-all for the patterns of weather in Sonora in particular. In 2016 and 17, the weather forecast from NOAA was exactly the same as the one we're getting this year, which is 1/3 below normal, 1/3 below normal, 1/3 chance of normal, and 1/3 above normal. Really doesn't give you much of a picture, but we all know what the end result was. We had the 5th highest rainfall in the 140-year history of Sonora, and we had a tremendous amount of damage. So the cautious approach that they're currently proposing is well warranted, and I just want to commend them for that. The one thing that is unique about the weather patterns in the city of Sonora, if you go back in history, is that they come in twins. And as the father of twins, that's rare. So I can tell you that the 2 hottest or driest years and the 2 wettest years quite often come in pairs. So, just a note of caution there. I've tracked the 10 driest years and the 10 wettest years over the many years, and good idea to be cautious. Thank you.
Thank you. You're fine.
All right. Hello. I'll just keep this short. I don't like talking in large groups of people. That's not me, just smaller groups. This guy here, You actually remind me of Theodore of the Chipmunks from the cartoon series in the 60s. You have a nice smile. I just wanted to say that. And don't worry, all the county workers and everything, sheriff department, they won't laugh behind your back. They're all professionals. Okay. Now, this is your county jail. I think it's ugly. And the bidding process, I don't know who, Marie, or is that you?
That's me.
Okay. Are you delaying the bidding process by any chance? Maybe the end of October? Or are you going to stick to the October 6th?
Do you go ahead and answer?
That's what I need to know.
That you address that. Go ahead and address
Sure.
it again.
I didn't understand.
What the board currently is right now considering is as it stands right now, October 6th is the date in which the bids would be due. What the board is considering right now for a vote is we would delay that until October 24th. The bids would be due.
I would like that.
Okay.
I would like that very, very much. Because I'm a distant cousin, cousin of the Cahill Construction, and I know they can do a better job. They have a fine rep. They could be on budget, under budget. I'm looking at under budget, and they would put in, they could, I don't know if they would do this, but I didn't have this in the paper, and I want to Xerox it off and mail it to them. All I need is a master proofreader, because
All right.
I'm horrible. And I just need someone to help me proofread my words, and then I'll send the letter off. But I don't need your input, because I write the way I talk.
So thank you, and
Okay.
Mo, maybe you can make sure that he has what he needs to.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring this back. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, we did have a meeting yesterday, as a matter of fact, the jail committee, and we talked about this in some detail. Obviously, I think and I'll let Supervisor Hanvell correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the consensus at that time is that the potential downside risk is really limitless if we proceed as we're currently scheduled. We already had one issue with contamination or runoff issues on a previous project in the creek. This is a much larger project, and no matter how you write the contract, any catastrophe such as that, we're going to bear some cost of that. There's just no way around that. So I just think that the downside risk of going as we originally proposed is, like I said, it's limitless. And the upside risk of going as we propose, or the upside advantage in terms of cost savings of going as proposed, are minimal compared to if we do what staff is asking us to do. So I'm in favor of the new schedule, and I will go ahead and make that motion at this time that we approve the changes that staff is recommending to the schedule.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item? Actually, I'll let staff come up and
11.
transition here. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance to add a new section 14-04065 to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to establish expedited permit procedure for electrical vehicle charging stations.
Mr. Oliver.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. As your board has read through this, I'm sure this looks familiar. I'd like to just kind of cut to the chase, give you a little bit of history so you know why it's familiar, and hopefully slide this right on into a second reading. Last year I brought to your board a ordinance that was required by law expediting permit fees for solar photovoltaics for residential roof mount units. And I got to tell the board, good news, we're already doing this. This is really no different than that last ordinance, only it's specific to electric vehicle charging stations. Senate Bill 1236 required that cities and counties adopt expedited permit fees and adopt an ordinance specifying that. Good news, we're already doing that. For any larger EV charging station project, we can get that turned around in a week. And for small units that are residential, either attached to or inside a residential structure, we can generally do that over the counter. In the development of this law, we already had experience working with projects such as our juvenile detention facilities, EV charging stations, and our staff has gotten pretty deep into doing this. So the only difference in what we're doing now versus what is going on the books here is that the state has a checklist for plan review, so that when someone comes in, if they meet the requirements of the checklist, it's a go, and if not, we can stop them right at the counter and say, please bring back the rest of this information, which it eliminates the time burden of staff explaining and drafting what needs to be done. We can just say, here's your checklist, bring it back, and we'll get you right through. So that's really the nuts and bolts of what we're doing here. We're requesting that you waive the first reading and schedule the next reading October 17th, I believe it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board questions? Supervisor Rutherford.
Not really a question, but a comment. I obviously fully support it because it complies with the law, right? I think we had a great project on the 120 corridor. I think we need one on the 108 corridor as well. And there's a county parking lot county-owned parking lot in Jamestown that might be a candidate. There's some other ones, and I'll let the other supervisors chime in if they wish. But I do think whether that's the one that's selected or not, I do think that we ought to be pursuing something on the 108 corridor to provide the people that are going up into our high country and everything electric car access up there. So that was my comment.
It's a good idea, obviously, and I want to say that the Tesla station that we have in Groveville now is used. Almost every time I've driven by, there's cars plugged into it. So there is a need. I agree with Supervisor Rutherford. We need to get something on the 108 corridor. Things like this will make things smoother. I know TCTC is working on some projects, so I certainly support it.
All right, thank you. And I believe the city of Sonora might be looking at this also. So is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back.
I'll make a motion based on the recommendation, and just a quick word of encouragement. I always appreciate when you guys streamline or make things easier, and especially when it's encouraging innovation. So good job, and keep up the work.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Royce, a second from Supervisor Rutherford. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Doug. All right.
I couldn't get Doug to wear his purple tie. I apologize.
Will the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of ratifying the decision of the Community Resources Agency Director to reject all bids submitted for the Tuolumne County Bridge Prevention Maintenance Project and issue a call for bids on November 2nd, 2017 at 2 p.m.
Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. Our bridge preventative maintenance project includes 11 bridges that will receive a preventative maintenance work. We received bids on September 7th at 2, and only one bid was received by American Civil Constructors out of Benicia for about $1 million. The received bid is 259% of the engineer's estimate, and our consultant, MGE, performed a bid analysis and concluded that the bid was non-competitive. We are in front of you today to ratify the decision of the Director of Transportation rejecting the American Civil Constructors bid based on the availability of funds and issuing a call for bids due on November 2nd at 2 p.m. I'm here to answer any questions, as well as our project manager, Blossom Scott Heim.
Are there any board questions?
Just the reasoning why we only got one bid, hard work or more just nobody in, just out there that willing to?
It's specialized work.
Okay.
I believe there's really only 2 or 3 that's available. And yes, people are busy. I'm hearing that in the industry, that people are getting really busy.
All right, is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move on staff recommendations.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Hanfield. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
It's good that they're busy.
Yeah, it is. Will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of ratifying the decision of the Community Resource Agency Director to reject all bids submitted on the 2017 storm damage pavement repair project.
Ms. Allen.
Tanya Allen, CRA, Supervising Engineer. On August 15th, your board approved plan specifications for the bid book to repair the 2017 storm damage repair. The county received 2 bids for this project, one by Sierra Mountain Construction for our bid schedule A, in which we were to award based on in the amount of $872,182, and George Reed for $989,278. The CRA recognizes the fiscal constraint that the county's contingency fund and the constraints of the road fund. Therefore, the Director of Transportation rejected both bids based on the availability of funds. We are in front of you today to ratify the decision of the Director of Transportation to reject all the bids for the 2017 storm damage repair project.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
David Gonzalez, Community Resource Agency Director. Just want to touch upon a few things. This item is bringing up what I'd expressed to you was going to be possibly happening with the delays that we've experienced in working with FEMA to, I won't say guarantee, but to approve reimbursement of funds back to our county. We all understand the dire needs and situation in other states and other countries and areas that the United States also helps with. And FEMA is, I believe, overloaded right now. However, our job is to take care of our community that we are responsible for. We have been impatiently waiting to try to get some guarantees back to our county to ensure that the reimbursements would come back to us. We are at that point now, and I will be discussing some other things after you have your discussion and public input. We're at a decision point now. We have to move forward on some projects. The next item you will see puts us in a situation that we did not want to be in, but we're here. And that decision point is, what do we do with the situation we're in? Winter is coming. 33% times 33 plus 33. It's an interesting prediction. I do know one thing. It will rain, and our roads will get worse if we don't do something on certain ones of those. We're going to be covering a few of those roads. This particular bid package, FEMA did tell us after we sent this out that we were likely not going to get some reimbursements, and we are not going to get reimbursements on some of these roads that were in this bid package. That also drove us to this decision to reject these bids. We're going to have to repackage this bid. We're going to have to make some hard decisions on which roads are going to get fixed, which roads are going to get patched, which roads are going to have temporary work done on those. And those will greatly impact our road funds. And as we go forward, it's going to be a great challenge for this team sitting here to balance out going into our new year. We will do that, as we always do, just making you aware of that. And as we talk about some of these items, the bigger items are going to be some of the culvert projects. And as we talk about the next item, Those are going to be the real areas that we're going to have to make some tough decisions and give us some direction on how you as a board want us to proceed. We do have photos. If you want to look at some of the pictures of these, they're ones from the storm that you can see the situation. I'm happy to share that with you and be as brief or as explanatory as you care to be. Thank you.
Are there any board questions?
We'll probably hear most of the answers in the next agenda.
I believe so.
item.
All right. Is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendations.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of authorized emergency priority road paving project repairs and approving related budgetary adjustments.
Ms. Allen.
Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the Community Resources Agency. As David was mentioning, there are certain roads that we are concerned, and staff is recommending completing some of the emergency priority road paving project repairs, mostly on our major collectors and arterials, which include Tuolumne Road North, Ferretti Road, and Standard Road. These are all available funding under FHWA's program of emergency relief funds. We have some other local roads that we're recommending, which is Hillsdale Road, Kewen Mill Road, and a portion of Evergreen Road. There is mitigation measures on Old Oak Ranch and some smaller paving projects that were listed in our bid book and based on the availability of remaining funds that we would attend to. So we're looking for a board action to recognize unanticipated revenues from the ER program through FHWA, as well as transfer $250,000 from general fund into the storm floods fund and reduce contingencies alike.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Gonzalez.
This is exactly where we didn't want to be, putting you in this situation, but we're here. So myself and the CAO's office have tried to be very creative on doing an analysis for risks. The 177 that is listed there from the ER funds are not guaranteed, but we are confident where we are today, to the best of our ability, that we should receive those funds. Therefore, that's one of the recommendations we have for you today. In addition, the emergency work that needs to be done to repair, I call it Duke's Trail, but you can call it Old Oak Ranch or whatever you want to call it. Those funds, the $21,000 that are for Old Oak Ranch or Duke's Trail, should come back to us. But again, those are risks. You need to understand that we have not received any guarantees that those funds are coming back to us. The tree removal, our group from our tree mortality program feel very confident about that $3,000 as well. However, again, there's risks involved. The betterments are on us for that road. Make no mistake, that is not going to be any reimbursements from that. And those are turnouts and additional things that some of the folks out there requested. One of our board members has been involved in that. I'm sure he'll speak about that after that. I want to go back to the road improvements. These are what our staff, you see a lot of group of my staff here for a reason. We're here to answer any questions. I will bring up some of the photos here so you can see. If I push the right button, it may work. Maybe not. I did. There it is. Hey. That is Hillsdale. Those are the types of things that we see as risks. And those are older roads. They're in our areas of our community that have experienced a lot of damage last year in the season. There are areas that we're going to have to address, whether we do it now or we wait till the midwinter. This group sitting before you is going to prioritize which ones we think are the highest risks, which we don't have alternative routes to, which areas that we think the best dollars spent now will prevent less money being spent later. It's a delicate balance. We have to trust and have faith in our staff as well as myself to make the right decision. I do have a great deal of confidence in the team that we have here. We're going to be going out and assessing these roads. Myself and Tanya and Duke will personally go and look and make these decisions ourselves. Our road crews are out there, and they have gathered the points where they think in their districts are the highest risks for making through the winter, the ones that will not make it, and those that we think that we can put some money in there now and cost effectively make it through the winter. Again, these are roads that we feel that FEMA is not going to reimburse us on, and we're going to be responsible for these regardless. We do not like asking you to front these monies, but knowing that we do it now, we have this very small window before the weather hits us, that dollar will be better spent, stretched further, and will possibly make it through this winter. We will be talking about culverts. I want to bring that up. You saw in the report patches on QN Mill. Myself and Tanya and the group here, as well as Duke and the field crews, believe our highest risk to our community and one of the greatest imminent threats is QN Mill. We all, in various degrees, do not feel that road will make it through this winter. We know for certain we have an issue. It's almost certain we will have rainfall. We don't know how much, 33%, 33%, or 33%. In any of those cases, other than the drought, which I don't think in my gut feeling that's going to happen, that QN Mill will survive that. So along with this, I just want to make your board aware that we would like, once we're done with this item, come back to QN Mill and the culverts and get your head nod to come back with you at a later date and time with some higher risks and some direction that we are going to have to come up with some very creative solutions how to front monies where we do feel FEMA may come back with those reimbursements. But make no mistake, those are going to be on us up front. And I know that you've authorized a letter to FEMA asking them to prioritize, and the number one priority in that was QN Mill. Along with that discussion that's in this memo is Duke's Trail or Old Oak Ranch. And there's a reason why they're in there. And so I want to get back to the topic of paving, but please allow the forwardables question from us to the board about those likelihoods of coming back with another item with some priorities. So let's go back to the paving. If there's any questions about that, you can see the pictures. We have a ton of them up here. We're happy to show you more. But these are the situations we're trying to mitigate with this action. Thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I fully understand the situation. First of all, we got to do this. That's my belief anyway. But on top of this is all of the stuff that you're also talking about that also needs to get done. And also, if I understand the situation correctly, and this is a question in the form of a statement, there's risk of about $157,000 out there on the federal money that you're confident we'll get, but we don't know we'll get. Is that correct?
I believe it's 177 and
I have 156,964.
Yep, 156.
So 157. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to really understand it. We've got to do this, and I think we've got to do some more. And we just need to figure out how to do it. Before I get off this, back to that risk issue and any future potential for federal funding. Don't forget to please to let us help you work with higher government agencies. We have the ability to enter the food fight at a level that maybe the staff doesn't have immediate access to. So please work with your 5 supervisors here to fully utilize the relationships that we've developed over the last 4 to 6 to 8 years.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I think we all knew this was coming. It's no secret. We drive those roads. We see the problem. The issue becomes is we've got these really important things we've got to fix, or we're going to lose roads, and we still have a public out there that is not happy with some of their roads. I'll use old Warriors Ferry Road as an example that I've had a number of complaints on them. I just want to speak to those people and try to get them to understand that we have some real priorities we've got to fix here. And when the funds are available, we will fix those roads. But right now, we can't do it.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Rodefer, I went after FEMA. I solicited the offices of the congressman, both state senators, and I even went to Cal OES on this, and nothing's happened. Yeah, I know FEMA's busy now. They've had some significant hurricanes, but they should have been done with this months ago. And so I think we need to keep the pressure on. But this is the emergency situation we're in. And I want to talk a little about what you call the trail, Old Oak Ranch Road. That road has been used more than I like to think about because of emergencies. And we, without doing that, I mean, we just feel like we have to do that. And I've asked a couple of people to be here today to speak to the need for that road, but we used it several times last winter. We used it for the Oak Fire. We've used it when there's been accidents, and Q and Mill is the only way in and out back there. And like David says, it won't survive this winter without doing something. It's just essential that we think about the people up in Cedar Ridge and Comstock Ranch and make sure that road's there for them. We just cannot let them be isolated, and that's what happens. Last year, I even had someone stay at my house because they couldn't figure out how to get home, and they could have used that road, but it was one-way traffic, each direction, one way in, then one way out, kind of thing, and the road's not passable for ordinary vehicles at this point, so we have to do something about it. So I hate being in this position, but it's essential we take care of this.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. I like creativity and I like initiative, and I want to pat you on the back for trying to make this happen. It's so frustrating. I know how hard it is when you don't have the resources to do your job, and you guys are trying really hard to figure out a way to take care of our roads and our infrastructure. And I just want to encourage you. The line of thought that you're on here and what you're trying to do is right. This is how we need to be thinking, and this is what we need to be doing. And we don't have all the money and all the manpower that we need to do everything we need to do. But you're making an effort here, and we're trying to take control ourselves and be proactive. So there is a risk with the FEMA stuff. I know you guys are doing everything you can there, but the liability of doing nothing is an even greater risk, in my opinion. So, like I said, good job, and this train of thought is a positive thing. And David, good job as a leader. Keep Tanya, Duke as well, everybody. Keep pushing this with all of your staff to try to figure things out and make things happen on our own, because we have to.
So, shortly I'm going to ask for public comment, but I just want to follow on Supervisor Royce's comments, because that really hit what I was thinking about. But it's not just the financial consideration. We have a calendar consideration now that we're up against, and a real short window to get this work done before we anticipate what could be that 33% chance of either heavy or normal rainfall. So with that, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment.
Madam Chairman, Supervisors, Mike Olenchak, I'm the director of Sierra Outdoor School, and we run the outdoor school for Clovis Unified School District. I'm probably more familiar with this road than anybody in this room. In 2007, I worked with CAL FIRE on grants to create a shaded fuel break that runs from Sierra Outdoor School all the way to the community of Cedar Ridge. 3 years later, somewhere around 2010, maybe early 2011, I got a grant from the Grants Clearinghouse Fire Safe Council, which allowed me to do road improvements from Sierra Outdoor School all the way to Pack Trail, which was in Cedar Ridge. That was a $60,000 grant, and we used $55,000 of that grant money to put in road base, do lots of grading work, and address drainage problems. We went into a drought subsequently, and there wasn't a whole lot of wear and tear on that road. And last October and early November, I used the remaining $5,000 to regrade approximately a mile and 3/4 of that road. I didn't have enough money to work on the about 2.5, 3/10 of a mile that was left, which is the area of the road that's in the most in question, that has the most damage. We have to take buses out that way. That's our egress route in case we have any kind of issues for floods or fires. At any given time, I have 200 to 300 students on campus. As indicated by Supervisor Hanvelt during the Oak Fire, while we didn't have students in, that road was utilized to evacuate approximately 300 guests from Old Oak Ranch Conference Center, which is below us. And then, of course, in the winter last year, when there was a closure down at the bottom of Kewen Mill near Bellevue School, all the traffic had to be routed through this evacuation route through Sierra Outdoor School, utilizing that Old Oak Ranch. During that process, I communicated with OES to raise some concern about how we're going to monitor traffic going in and out of there during that time period, and they were able to supply some pilot cars. I issued those pilot cars two-way radios to ensure that we didn't have any problems with traffic going one way. I and another one of my crew also worked, through the evening, hauling gravel, patching holes that could create an issue. So this is a big issue for us. And one way or another, that road is going to be fixed before we get into wintertime. I would hope that we could use FEMA funds to get that done, but I can't wait on that because I have the safety of, not only the students that attend my program, but also I feel obligated to the community to ensure that they have a safe road in and out of Cedar Ridge. So one way or another, we're going to get that done. But I hope that we can get some support from the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Right, I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
As a reminder on that item, if you look at it, there's some decision points, and we've hopefully laid them out clearly. If you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to go over them. There's basically the mitigation recovery, which is put it back as it was. And there's some improvements or betterments that are placed in their totals in there. It's about $26,312 out of the general fund for betterments, and the balance prior to that, whatever that is, would be reimbursements through FEMA and other means. So I want to be clear on that. And I would, before we leave this item, would like to show you some photos about Kewen Mill and the culvert and have a brief discussion about that before we vote on this item, please. I'm going to do that now?
Yeah.
These do tie together. It's why we're here talking about this Old Oak Ranch. So if you look at these photos, that is why we have a temporary bridge on QN Mill. That's the water line laying in the bottom. That's the washout and the failure of the infrastructure and the base of that roadway. The head wall on the other side had a fracture in it. Water went in, eroded the fines and silt, and that's a result of what happens when a road fails. Go back and look at another picture. Maybe this will scroll through. Here we go. That in the center of that picture is supposed to be where the water is coming from. It's bleeding around and undermining all that. You can see that we put some temporary patches and tried to hold everything together in those photos, but that's from a distance. Water should be coming out of the pipe, not around it. So that is QN Mill, and we're at a point, whatever we do with Old Oak Ranch, I am looking for some very specific direction from you, and this is a very small ask, what we've had here. We really need some direction. You've asked FEMA to give us some priority on this road. We feel very strongly that we know this road is going to experience more damage, whether we have a normal winter or not, if it's extremely wet. If we erode and lose some of the base here, if I can get back to the bridge, we have the bridge here, which I'll show you some pictures of. Come on, David. This is the installation of the temporary bridge that we have there now. Come on. That's the installation of it. Blossom, I'm telling you, it's about, what, 50, 60 feet now? Is that about what it is? Okay. As you can see, those supports for those I-beams, which are what's holding that bridge up, if they erode any further, I was joking with Craig when I got here, I want to buy a bridge. We'll be doing something more and coming back to you as emergency action. I believe that, in my opinion, that roadway is going to fail, and we're going to have to expand that to a minimum of 75 and likely to 100 if we don't do something to that culvert, just to make it through winter so we do not isolate these people in there. And Evan, I know you are familiar with what happens when those go. They become emergencies and your costs rise. The rest of the board, I'm sure, as well. But you can see the bank there on the lower right-hand side there, how delicate that soil is, how much moisture is penetrated in that soil. That's what's holding up our bridge. It's not something we want to ask the board to do, to enter into a contract. We just talked about it on Mo's project. You do not want to do construction in the middle of winter. Here's one. We might have to do that. And that means asking for emergency permits. That means working in this creek when there's water in there. We are now in a situation, either we do improvements to these abutments holding that bridge up to try to ensure you can do, the engineers are here for a reason. I'm not an engineer, but I can tell you there's some things we can do to protect that bank somewhat. Or we can go in and try to tackle this project. It is a large dollar project. It is a $750,000 project at this point, roughly, total. And we don't have guarantees from FEMA that they will pay us back for that. They have not said no. It is one of the ones that we feel confident that it qualifies, it meets all the criteria. However, we have 75% from FEMA that's supposed to come back to us, 18 point something from the state. Is that correct? And the balance is on us. It's what we talked to you about at the beginning of the year with the budget. However, we're at a point now that when we're done with this item, please consider giving us a nod to push forward on this or do some temporary work on this, because I do not believe it's going to last the winter.
Okay.
We want to give you that heads up.
Okay, I'm confused.
I am too.
Is this part of this item?
Just some information. I want you to vote on it on the other item, but I'm just giving you a heads up, and I apologize for confusing you if I did.
All right. So if I'm understanding you, because I think in this recommendation, there's $5,800 for Kevin Mill Road.
That's all it is.
And correct.
Just telling you why we're here.
And we, I think, all recognize the tremendous need to move forward, but we don't have the. We don't know for certain yet whether we're going to get the money for FEMA.
That's correct.
And I believe that you are looking for some direction after
That's all I'm
we
after.
approve this associated, the costs that are in the recommendation.
That's all I'm after. Yes, ma'am.
On what a recommendation.
Well, we need another agenda item. That's what we need.
So
Could I,
Supervisor?
wouldn't it be prudent for us, we know we're going to have to do that eventually, to start on the permitting process now? How long is it going to take? Because we're going to go through what?
I am
Fishing
not trying to
game?
confuse you. All I'm trying to do is ask, we will be bringing you back an item, giving you a heads up, and that's all this is for. I'm seeing the head nods. That's all I was looking for on this. Not asking you to make any motions or decisions on that. I understand you cannot do that. Simply tying the two together, telling you why we're here, and then we'll be coming back with an item to make a decision which has far bigger implications than this. And before we move forward on any of those things, we will have to have you take an action on those at a later board meeting, likely your next one.
But we will be moving forward on the 58,000?
That's the item before you today.
Okay.
Correct.
I apologize for the confusion.
Can I just clarify for you guys too that 58,000 is patch paving repair near kind of the fire station in that location where the pavement actually got exacerbated. It's not at the location of the 5 Mile Creek culvert.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the board? I'll ask one more time for public comment. All right, I'm going to bring it back.
Can't hear you.
Turn on your mic.
I thought I had it on. Apologies. I want to move in favor of the staff recommendation with the actions listed in the agenda item as well as the associated budgetary adjustments. My question is, because it's budgetary adjustments, do we need a 4/5 vote?
Yes, we do.
Yes. And just for your information, your general fund contingency is now set at $820,013. With this action, that'll be reduced to $513,000.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld and a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 15?
This is consideration of approving correspondence in support of the Calaveras County Water District's request for appropriated funds from Congress for a new Maloney's Reservoir study and approved by Section 4006 of the Water Infrastructure Improvement for the Nation Act.
Madam Chair, since Dave has stepped out, I'll start talking until he gets in here.
Thank you.
Calaveras County is there. Well, there he is. I'll let Dave talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is this mic on? Yes. Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate that, and Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for putting this item on the agenda. I very much appreciate it, and thank you for also taking it out of order. I just wanted, I'm Dave Egerton, General Manager of Calaveras County Water District, and the request today is a letter of support in our effort to get funds appropriated in Congress to conduct the study that was already authorized under Section 4006 of the Water Infrastructure Improvement for the Nation Act, the WIN Act. That section of the WIN Act, as it pertains to Stanislaus River Basin and agencies like Calaveras County Water District, is to provide a pathway that we can conduct an analysis with reclamation to be able to determine where there may be opportunities for us to access storage in the reservoir that we can utilize for the benefit of our local communities. And so that's the intention of this study, and it doesn't predetermine what the outcome is going to be. Obviously, we hope there's a pathway that we can gain access to storage or conveyance, but there's a lot of work that has to be done to show that that is a viable means to do it and that we can do it in a way that doesn't injure others who have rights to water in the reservoir. So with that, we would very much appreciate your support on that. I think that there's some really important aspects of this that we're going to look at, particularly the backup water supply for the Columbia Air Attack Base. It really is an absolutely essential asset for protecting our communities and over 3.5 million acres of our forest lands as the first response. And having a redundant supply that it makes sure that in the event that there's landslides or fire, that we have a continuous water supply, a public water supply to keep them up in the air. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I'd like to go to Supervisor Rutherford because I know this.
Just to remind my fellow board members, we're in support, or on record as being in support of CCWD's efforts to get a Warren Act contract. That was a year and a half ago, I think, effort. This is follow on to that effort. Basically, all the reasons for us supporting it are the same. They haven't changed. Mr. Egerton did mention the air attack base. There's some other potential for some cooperative work between ourselves as well as other agencies in Tuolumne County and Calaveras County Water District moving forward that could benefit from this. So I'm urging my fellow board members to support the letter supporting CCWD's effort.
Supervisor Gray.
I certainly support this, but there's a question that, and looking at this, and it has to do with the WIN Act. That legislation is old legislation, isn't it? Wasn't it passed some time ago?
Yes, that was. I believe it was passed 2016. It was in that legislative cycle and signed into law on January 1, 2017.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? All right. I have a quick question just because I think the conversation regarding the flume system in Tuolumne County is so important. It says the study could. How do we emphasize that we really do need that to be included in this conversation?
to have that
Yes.
to have that emphasis,
Yes.
and really basically I'm around the reliability and the continued access to water supplies. I think that's kind of part of it, because we've got the magnificent historic Gold Rush legacy systems that we continue to operate for our own local water supply, but we now have the overlay, or have some time of the overlay of this massive federal project, and how can we marry those two so that we can have, we obviously derive tremendous benefit in the way of recreation with Malonis, but from a water supply perspective, there's it hasn't been the same, and really the idea being, how do we really make sure we have that backup water supply in case we do lose access to other upstream water? That's absolutely got to be part of the. So I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back.
Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve the correspondence in support of Calaveras County's Water District request for appropriated funding from Congress for the study in accordance with the WIN Act.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I sure appreciate
Dave,
it.
thanks for coming
Thank you.
down
Thank
and
you, Supervisor.
coming over, I guess.
You bet. Thank you, guys.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 16?
Reports.
I will start to my right. Mr. Pedro?
Madam Chair, just some quick points. Actually, something we got to share some fun with on September 28th. We were able to participate in the second graduation, high school graduation, over at the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, and that was great fun. And you could tell the family was touched, the student was touched, and it's again good to see positive things coming through that new center. Also was able to secure approval of another agreement for use of the center for Calaveras County last week, and we also received a signed contract with Inyo County. So that has Amador, Calaveras, Inyo, and Mariposa are all signed, and Mariposa is already using us, and we're encouraging the others to feel free to use us as well. And there is a contract over with Mono as well being considered. Just wanted to acknowledge, actually, are you going to talk about the Sierra Railroad?
No.
Just that we've been asked to look at supporting Sierra Railroad, trying to get a grant for track improvements. And I believe, I know that Darren Grossi with TCTC is taking point on that, but county staff's looking to help support that effort as well. That'd be great for the railroad, and then likewise for our economy. There's a lot of logistics and things that need to be done, but if we can be helpful to the railroad in getting that grant to improve the track, we certainly want to do that, and so we're doing it. Wanted to mention Friday, the Employee Appreciation Barbecue, again, was attended by hundreds, and it's fun. You can see the turnover in staff has resulted in a younger crew that's out there, and kids running everywhere, and hundreds, and it just had a really good vibe, and everyone had a great time out there. Again, I know that others here at the dais were able to participate as well in the 100-year celebration at Kennedy Meadows this past Saturday, and that was just a blast as well. Beautiful setting. The weather cooperated, despite our weather reports this morning. They were so definitive. It was a great time had by all, and just talking with Matt Bloom, the owner there, he just expressed his appreciation for all the county has done in partnership, with him. And just want to let you know that on Monday we do have an office retreat. The CAO's office will be shut down, and we'll be at retreat. That's it.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along with several of you, I attended the RCRC annual meeting last week. One of the amazing things is they have this basket raffle, and our Visitors Bureau and our Chamber of Commerce from Tuolumne County put a basket together for Tuolumne County, and that basket raffle, a lot of the baskets get donated back, and for those who haven't been to one of these things, they raised $52,000 in change, beat the previous record by more than $10,000. That is absolutely astounding. It all goes to charity. Pretty fantastic. And if I get reelected next year, that basket raffle will come to Tuolumne County in 2019. That will be really a big plus. So anyway, that was really exciting to do. The other one I wanted to mention is the governor's office and UC System and RCRC are all pushing for rural economic development, and they're looking at healthy forests and things along that line. And so we met with the governor's office, a person with the governor's office, about 2 weeks ago, and there will be another meeting with RCRC on the 23rd, which I'll attend. And there's going to be some emphasis there. Meanwhile, Liz and I are working with YSS to try and work on a master stewardship agreement for our county in conjunction with YSS in order to get some work started on our forest to make it healthy again, and that'll take some time, but we'll be coming back to you with something on that. But I'm just very positive about what's going on and the opportunity it offers. So that's it.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, short report. Last week I spent some time with county staff in the Groveland area looking at possible sites for the Resiliency Center under the NDRC grant. And I think it's really important for the public to really participate in this program. We're going to have meetings, and we just need that public input. So wherever it happens to be, or whether it's going to be, we need the public support to define what these centers are going to be and where they're going to be. So that's my report.
Just a quick one. I had a meeting with Belinda Barlow and some waste management folks, and one of the things we were talking about their new program to help construction recycling take place and what kind of logistics would be required for that. So I was helping them, had some questions for them, and one of the things I learned out of that meeting, we were talking about waste to energy, and I learned that the new requirements that will be coming our way for diversion do not apply. Actually, what it is waste to energy does not qualify as diversion, which to me is ridiculous. So that's a legislative platform thing, a future item I'd like to come back, and I don't know if we send that through the Solid Waste Committee, because it's a legislative platform. I thought that's something for you, Craig. So just wanted to bring that up as we move forward with our solid waste plan that we're going to be looking at in a couple of years and initiating, probably in the next year or so. I think that's a big deal because that requirement the state has for us to get, what is it? It's 70. I think it's more than that, but it's. I don't see any other way of attaining that in a rural area. So, anyways, something for later. Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Sure, I got two things to report on. First of all, immediately following our last board meeting, I traveled to Colorado Springs for my 45th United States Air Force Academy reunion. Two things struck me at the reunion. First of all, I had no idea when I graduated that my classmates were so much older than I was. On a serious note, and this strikes me almost every time I travel outside the state of California. I drove from the Denver International Airport. It's about an hour and 10-minute drive to Colorado Springs, and I drove around the Colorado Springs area extensively while I was there. Their infrastructure is so much better than ours. In every state I go to, they've made the investment in their infrastructure that California as a state has failed to do. And it's disgusting to think about how far behind we are in our infrastructure funding. And I just put that out there. Everybody in the public, this is a state issue. It's not something, we don't have the resources at the county level to fix our problems. We need the state help on this. And Quite frankly, they blackmailed us into some solutions that we wouldn't otherwise support. But this is a statewide issue. We saw it with Mr. Gonzalez's presentation today. A lot of our roads took the hits they took because they were in disrepair to start with. If they had been in good repair, we would have suffered much less damage, I believe, than we did in the last winter storms. This is a critical problem. We've got to quit spending our taxpayer money on freebies and start spending it on the investment in our community's futures. Enough of my soapbox. And then the second thing I want to report on, and I'll be very short, I went to RCRC with a few of my colleagues. It was a great event. RCRC is a tremendous entity on several levels. One, they're making money with the investment that we do, and they're reinvesting that money in rural communities. Two, they are our best lobby in this state for rural issues, no doubt about it. We get very high return on our investment when we compare it to our investment into CSAC. I love RCRC. That is our organization, if you will, and I was very happy to go, and the conference was excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Creel. Ms. Jamar. All right, and I have just a couple of items that I want to report on. The first is that on the 25th, ATCA did initiate the pick count. I have heard from a number of individuals that the volunteers that showed up to assist with that, there was just a tremendous effort, and I will look forward to ATCA, after they synthesize that report, coming in giving us what they found, and hope that will move us ahead in the homeless conversation. I, too, attended the RCRC convention and concur. It was a really, really good event, a lot of good information. And would like to extend my thanks to Supervisor Hanfeld for the breakout session that he moderated, and thought there was just a lot of good information. On the 28th, I did attend the Employees Appreciation Barbecue and want to concur that my 18-month-old grandson just had a fantastic time, a lot of fun, an amazing family event, and kudos to Christina and all of her helpers in getting that organized. On the 29th, I was at Kennedy Meadows for the 100th celebration, another fun event, and Kennedy Meadows is one of Tuolumne County's treasures, and we appreciate it, we know it, and my hat's off to and I call them the caretakers in charge, because the Bloom family right now administers that recreation jewel that we have, and they do a fantastic job. But in the 100th year celebration, I think we need to recognize that all the families that have gone before, that have had a tremendous vision, worked with PG&E, whether it's the Mitchell family, the Sardella family, or the Ritz family. Again, thank you to them for their vision, forging ahead, and we look forward to the next 100 years. And lastly, celebrated my 29th wedding anniversary yesterday. Yes. And I think I want to take this opportunity to very quickly thank all of our spouses. We all acknowledge that this is a very, very time-consuming job. And I can look down the dais, and I know all of your spouses. I see them at our events. They support us. And I could not personally do this job without the support of my husband. So thank you, Bob. And with that, that concludes my report. And I would ask that the clerk would read our closed session item.
Two of them. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D1, Mark Kurzich versus County of Tuolumne, United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 116CV01116DAD, SAB, and also Angelina High et al. Versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 60975.
Do we anticipate reporting out?
I think so on one case.
All right. Is there any public comment? All right, seeing none, we will adjourn until 11:30. Thank you. All right. The Board of Supervisors is back in session, and we do have a report out on item 17, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Supervisor Royce moved, and Supervisor Gray seconded, and by a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county counsel defend the county and any named employees in the matter of Angelina Gia et al. Versus County of Tuolumne et al. Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 60975, a personal injury action arising out of an automobile collision on Highway 108, and the board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to CSAC EIA. With that, will the clerk please read our first 11:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider approving an ordinance to amend Section 3.40.020Z of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, adding a fee of $66 for the payment of delinquent tax in installments.
Ms. Peach.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Shelley Peach, Treasurer Tax Collector. Sometimes people cannot pay all of their taxes all at one time. Fortunately, the R&T code allows taxpayers to pay delinquent taxes in installments. The tax department has set up hundreds of installment plans. Installment plans are very time-consuming. The R&T code also allows the tax collector to recoup its costs by charging a fee. A time study was conducted using the user fee guidelines provided by the CAO's office and weighted hourly rates provided by the auditor's office. A comparison was done with other counties. The $66 fee I'm proposing is reasonable and reflects the average cost of providing the installment plan service. A notice of hearing was published. I am recommending approving an ordinance to amend Tuolumne County Code Section 3.40.010Z, adding a $66 fee for payment of delinquent taxes in installments.
All right, thank you. Are there any board questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing at 11:32 and ask if there is anyone that would like to speak. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at 11:33 and bring it back to the board.
Just a quick question. The programs that we have in place facilitate this. We don't have to get a new, I see Mr. Richardson here. Do we have to have a new IT program to make this work?
No, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. No, this is just a fee that they will collect on their own and set up a payment program.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
I'll move in favor of staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to recess as the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District. Will the clerk please read our second 11:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District's 2017-18 budget.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the public. I'm Gary Stockel, Air Pollution Control Officer. On September 19th, 2017, your board conducted the first of two hearings required by the California Health and Safety Code for Air Pollution Control Districts' budgets. At that hearing, the 2017-18 budget was reviewed, and the opportunity for comments from the public was provided. Public comment was received and discussed at the hearing. No comments from the public were directly submitted to the Air Pollution Control District's office. Today's hearing, the second required, is to adopt the budget. The Air Pollution Control District budget totals $834,244. A summary of that budget is included in your board packet. At the end of today's hearing, I'm asking you, as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District, to adopt the Air Pollution Control 2017-18 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stockel. Are there any questions? All right, this is, we will open the public hearing at 11:35. Is there any public comment? All right. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing at 11:35 and 36 seconds to reflect a very short public hearing.
Move on staff recommendation to approve the budget.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer and a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries
Please,
5-0.
please note that it was also passed at 11:35.
And 59 seconds. All right.
Sorry I had to wait so long.
We will adjourn as the Air Pollution Control District and reconvene as the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. And we will stand in recess until our 1:30 appointment. Thank you, everyone. All right. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is back in session. Will the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
Report of staff in consideration of approving further direction on harmonizing personal, medical, and non-medical marijuana cultivation and enforcement of cannabis-related violations.
Thank you. And as we fully anticipated, we have a lot of interest in this subject, and we can see by the attendance at the meeting today. And so a couple of things. Before we go to staff report, a few of the supervisors has asked if they could make some opening remarks, and I think that's important because I think it will kind of qualify the conversation that we're going to have, and so I'd ask everyone to be patient while we go through this process, and I will start to my left with Supervisor Rodefer.
Yeah, I just want to put in context what I believe based on my own position, I guess, happened at the last board meeting with respect to kind of harmonizing in personal use and medical use, personal grows. And I think it's fair to characterize that as a reaction to a situation that, quite frankly, in the county has gotten out of hand. I'm not interested personally in considering any ordinance of any nature, and certainly any ordinance with respect to any type of marijuana activity in this county that cannot be enforced. And we found ourselves in a situation where illegal activity in this county had gotten out of hand. We don't have an infinite amount of enforcement resources to put to this problem. And we are not going to go, I am not going to vote to go any faster and get any farther out in front of ourselves or at all out in front of ourselves. I'm not going to vote to go any faster on this than we can progressively enforce. And my personal vote and opinion reflected that, okay? We will get this under control, or we're not going to move forward. I'm not going to vote to move forward, and I'll let the rest of my contemporaries express their opinion on that. But we're not going to become another Calaveras County, and we're already getting there, quite frankly. And that bothers me. It actually makes me a little bit angry. And so that is what I think the context of our last board action was. I felt personally the need to put some measure of control back into the equation. I know we moved backwards. Does that mean that we're going to, well, we can't go any farther backwards because basically we went to the minimum that the state requires us to do. Does that mean we're going to stay there? I don't know, but I don't believe ultimately that's where we'll end up. I think we'll end up well forward of that, but I don't know what that is, and I don't know what the timetable is going to be until we figure out a way to control any progress that we choose to make on this. So I just wanted everybody to understand at least where I was coming from in my vote. Thank you.
Are there any supervisors? Supervisor Gray.
I think that's where we were at the last meeting, and it's difficult because I really have no problem with medical marijuana. I have no problem if you choose to follow the state laws and smoke marijuana recreationally when it becomes illegal. I don't want you to do it around me, but if you want to do it yourself, that's fine. What the issue we have is how do we grow this product where it doesn't have the overall effect on the neighbors. Because this is where I know I get the complaints from. It's the growing of the marijuana at large quantities that causes harm to your neighbor, your neighborhoods. That can't keep going on, and that's where we're at right now. Each one of us supervisors have had complaints about large marijuana grows in residential neighborhoods. I'm going to sit here right now and tell you I am not going to be in favor of growing commercial marijuana in a residential area. I'm just not going to do it. I think Supervisor Rutherford's point was we're at a starting point now. We don't know where we're going to be. The state of California doesn't know where they're going to be. It changes daily. So for all the people out there that have called me, left me emails, and are upset that we banned outside growing of marijuana, we haven't passed an ordinance yet. We're not there yet. So give us some time and effort, and we'll work through this. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll add a few. Yeah, I think Supervisor Rutherford summed it up pretty well. Since that last meeting, I have been inundated with phone calls, letters, emails, and they tend to be on the side of thank you for doing that. And, of course, my response is like, Supervisor Gray, we haven't done anything yet. But I'm going to tell you that I'm disappointed in the cannabis community in terms of being good neighbors, because most often I'm getting complaints from people about the excessive grows. Now, these are undoubtedly, I don't know this for fact, but they're large grows in which are technically illegal because they're beyond the limits. But I had a nice conversation with a man last night. He actually got a restraining order against all of his neighbors who grow. He was intimidated, he was threatened, and he's very uncomfortable. He says, I'm very uncomfortable showing myself in public one of your meetings. I hear a lot of complaints, and I've heard a lot of people say thank you for respecting those of us who have a reaction to the smell. I've heard a bunch of people say that doesn't happen. Well, I happen to know a couple of people who it does happen to, and it is pretty serious. One of them says he gets the equivalent of migraine headaches, and they last 3 to 5 days till he's had enough fresh air breathing to solve the problem. So the problem here for me is I want to make this work. Whatever we do, I want to make it work, but I want to be respectful of the entire citizenry, not just the special interests. And I'm fearful that the vote that was taken in this county on the proposition, it was 52-53 in favor of legalizing marijuana for recreational use. I'm not sure that that's being read correctly. I believe that some people think that's legalizing commercial grows. It's legalizing marijuana for recreational use, and they may be two different things. And I'm not sure how that vote would come out today with some of the feelings that people are expressing to me. But a lot of them are concerned about the impact on their families and their children. More than one has said, we don't go outside during the season where this stuff is, I don't know, there isn't a grow real close to me, but he says because the smell is bad and we just don't want to be near it. So we got to find a solution, a rational solution that works, and it isn't going to be easy. We can't assume it's going to be easy. Some people are going to say they want to grow in their backyard in the city. Well, that'll be the city's problem, but small lots doesn't make sense. It's going to impact your neighbor. So we're going to have to be careful about this. And so I'm all ears, but I'm looking for solutions, not complaints. I'm looking for solutions. How do we make this work?
All right. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. So, first of all, as the dissenting vote on this whole issue at the last meeting, I want to say two things. One, I think this is a reaction. I think the attendance today is a response to that action by the board, and it's a reaction to a decision which I feel was impulsive. But I also want to say that there was a lot of trust built up over a long period of time, I think, between the cannabis community and this board, which I think was hurt by that. And I want to express to the people of the cannabis community that although I differed in my vote from the board here, I want you to know that our board and the people that are here, I know them well, and their intentions are genuine, and they're trying to do the right thing for our community. And I was very frustrated, and I differed greatly in the opinion of how we moved ahead at that meeting. But I think, like I said, their intentions are right, and I know what they're trying to achieve. And what I believe that is they're trying to protect the community. And this is something that I know there's a lot of people that they don't know about marijuana. They're not involved with the industry, or it's not part of their lifestyle, and understandably they are scared of it. And they look at other examples, places like Calaveras County, where you hear horror stories about human trafficking and assaults and different things. There's people that are scared of that, and it's a valid thing that they have those feelings. But that being said, I also know a lot of people in the cannabis community who are very good people, who don't hurt anybody, who are law-abiding. They have a strong desire to benefit our community. They want to add value. They want to be good participants, and they're trying to do the right thing. I believe it's our job as a board, and don't get me wrong, this is not an easy job. It's a very difficult job to strike a balance, to find a reasonable place to where people that are here that want to partake in this have the liberty to do so, but they can do it in a way that doesn't negatively impact their neighbors and the community as a whole. It's not forced in anybody's face. And there's people on both sides that they deserve that liberty, and they deserve that ability to exist without it being forced upon them. And it's already been decided that it's been legalized. We are now dealing with basically what it comes down to is it's a standard land use issue. Just like a Dollar General or anything like that, we're talking about who can use their property for what. And that's always a challenging thing because you're trying to balance the rights of the property owner and the rights of the neighbor. And I believe that people should be allowed to grow outdoors, but I think that it shouldn't be in the neighbor's face. It shouldn't be something that the person next door is scared of, that they're feeling that there could be retribution or things like that. So that's a fine line that we are going to have to discover. I think there's a lot of different creative ways that you could articulate something like that in a regulation. That Carl mentioned it, and I think it's a crux of this whole issue. Enforcement is critical. I'll wrap up. Enforcement is critical here. And one of the things that we struggle with as a board and as staff members is we need resources to be able to administer any kind of regulations. And whether it's outright banned or whether it's completely allowed, we need to have those resources either way. So I think that's going to be a component of this, and I think that we should be wise enough to realize no matter what, there's going to be a cost. Let's try to minimize what that is by being reasonable about it. And lastly, I just close. This is going to take a long time. I'm not excited, to be honest, about having to sit here and listen for a long time, stuff that I've probably heard already for 3 years because we've been through this, and I've heard people on both sides of the issue. So I'm just looking for a way to move the ball forward and try to get to where we're all happy. So good luck with that. Huh?
All right. Thank you. And I can see that you have a certain amount of support there in those comments. We are going to go through this process. It is not going to happen overnight. And it was evident to me after the last meeting that there is a larger interest by the entire board. And so we're going to have to figure out how we work through this process in the most efficient manner so that we're not duplicating our efforts, but that the entire board has the information that they need. And so with that, I want to start with the first item and the staff report, and then we'll get through some questions and go to the public for some comments. So I'd ask for the staff report.
Madam Chair, fellow supervisors, thank you for having us here today, and thank you everyone from the public for coming. We really appreciate all your comments. Today we're going to be presenting two cannabis-related topics. Our first topic is our report of staff and future direction on harmonizing personal, medical, and non-medical marijuana personal cultivation and enforcement of cannabis-related violations. On the September 19th, 2017, CRA presented to the Board of Supervisors the Marijuana Working Group's recommendation on harmonizing medical and non-medical marijuana personal cultivation. CRA staff also presented background on the county's code compliance ordinance. Direction was sought from the board on how to proceed with these two matters. Here listed above on our PowerPoint are the different decision points the Board of Supervisors tasked the Marijuana Working Group, along with the Marijuana Working Group's recommendation and the board's decision on September 19th. The second decision was regarding the county's enforcement of cannabis-related code violations. The county's code compliance program typically operates on a complaint-driven basis. However, the county's code compliance ordinance does allow for an enforcement officer to seek abatement without a complaint of cases impacting health and safety. Your board has designated the cannabis-related violations as impacting health and safety. A detailed description of the county code compliance enforcement can be found in Attachment A. Staff asked the board direction on any revisions to the code compliance policy on enforcement of cannabis-related violations. Our interpretation of the board's decision on September 19th, 2017 is as follows. 1, to direct staff to draft an ordinance by the end of 2017 to limit personal cultivation per residence to 6 medical or non-medical plants to be grown indoors only. And the second item is what we're presenting today for directing staff to draft an agenda item for the October 3rd meeting to discuss code compliance and enforcement issues related to cannabis violations. The board's decision to actively pursue enforcement will require additional resources, which we have listed in this displayed PowerPoint. Please keep in mind this is probably the minimum amount that will go into it, and this is strictly for code enforcement. One additional code compliance officer, around $60,000. One part-time code compliance officer during the marijuana growing seasons, around $30,000. One administrative assistant dedicated to the code compliance program, around $47,000. 4 full-time staff for the Sheriff's Office, also known as the Community Resources Team, at $340,000 total, $85,000 per staff, with an estimated total of $477,000. Please also keep in mind that additional funding would be needed for vehicles and supplies to support the above resources.
I'm going to step in there and talk about this a little bit more and expand on this. So, as stated by most of the board members, we understand the resources that we have in CRA. Maybe the public does not, so I'll summarize those. We have 1 code enforcement officer. Generally, what the policy is for our county is we are complaint-driven response. A active or proactive response to any issue, the issue we're talking about today happens to be medical or personal marijuana use. But with any issue, a change of action by the code enforcement team takes different resources. So today we're talking about an issue is cannabis. And those take more resources to have an active participation where we are actively out when we're in our daily activities. If we see something, we go ahead and address it. versus wait till we get a complaint. And so with any issue, I want to remind you that these are resources that are being talked about this issue today, marijuana or cannabis, but it's the same for most issues. So I wanted to understand that these are related directly to this, but this is personal use only. Commercialization, whatever form, if any, is taken by the board, has different funding availabilities, different taxation, and different needs. These could double as that, but we don't know that yet. And so I want to make sure we separate those issues completely. Personal use and an active enforcement is what we're talking about here.
Correct. And so I'm going to ask a question now because it came up in the conversation. Can we charge a fee for medical personal cultivation?
So
because
we
can
checked.
see that we're going to have a pretty, I see $477,000 up there to enforce if we go back to a different scenario for cultivation of personal medical use. Can we charge a fee for that? I'm hearing some debate on that issue.
I think the answer is yes, but I think it will depend on what the fee is, what we're tying it to, because, again, under the law, you have the ability to reasonably regulate the personal cultivation. So what we need to figure out is what fee is reasonable. And as you probably have heard, other jurisdictions, because the law is so new, are dealing with lawsuits, litigation at trial court level. So we don't have appellate court guidance, nor do we have guidance from actually the legislature in the code to tell us what is a reasonable regulation.
Question on, I think it's page 2. It has to do with the cost involved. Your estimate does not include any type of eradication cost. Is that correct?
No, it does not. Our enforcement actions consist of removing the growth, but we do not remove the product. It's usually, and Doug is here for a reason, we ask them to cut the plants, and that's it.
Okay, and the second question, that can we contract, or would we consider contracting with an outside agency for the eradication instead of having it done in-house?
I've checked with some other jurisdictions, that's pretty common. There are disposal fees, there are contracts that can be had. We have not completely ran that to the end and found out how much that would cost. But to answer your question, yes, that is possible. Our neighboring county does just that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I didn't mean to
Did
interrupt.
we answer all the questions on that? I wanted to clarify before we move on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, allow them to move on.
So as we've been discussing, County Council does work closely with our staff here for enforcement. Along with giving general legal advice for marijuana cases, the County Council Office drafts and obtains court approval for inspection and abatement warrants. And when a notice of order is appealed to your board, a deputy county counsel is assigned to prepare the case for your evaluation. In the event your board's decision is appealed, the County Counsel's Office defends your decision in the WIT proceedings or de novo court hearing. And this is a little graph we've prepared for the estimated time for each type of case here that County Council would spend on it. If only a few marijuana cases require County Council assistance, it is likely that current staff can absorb the additional workload with minimal impacts to the office's other responsibilities. Should the marijuana enforcement caseload exceed current office capacity, the County Council Office would recommend contracting with outside counsel in the short term to handle these cases. On a longer term, an additional deputy county counsel and paralegal/administrative assistant would be needed.
Can I ask what the estimated price tag for that county counsel, additional county counsel and paralegal would be?
You know, I don't have have those numbers, but I can get them for you.
Ballpark?
I'm looking at Craig because I'm thinking he might have a better idea.
You're probably looking at around 100,000 for entry level counsel. You probably want someone with greater experience, and maybe 50, 60,000 for the assistant. Something
Is that
like
loaded?
That'd be loaded, but again, that's ballpark.
And that's bottom end?
Right.
Okay.
Building permits could be required for all indoor cultivation, and site inspections would be required through the building permit process. Some items that are building permits would need to account for include health and safety, such as electrical issues, air quality, fire safety, and also water. Costs associated with the unique permit would need to be further assessed. No data is available at the time of the finalization of this report.
Let me expand on that a little bit. The board had asked previously about possible inspections. With the board's actions requesting staff draft an ordinance requiring inside cultivations, there were some concerns raised. So I did some looking and talking with other jurisdictions, talking with our consultant to find out if a building permit or some type of permit, I use the term building permit, that's everybody's familiar with that, but it could be a special permit, what those fees could be associated with. They generally are to recover the cost. You can't charge in excess of that. And most jurisdictions do not do a specific permit just for that. If you came in and did some modifications to your home, we'd require an electrical permit. If you modified your HVAC system, air conditioning, heating, venting, air conditioning, we would require a permit for that. Depending on the length and the extent of that, plans or not would be required. So trying to liken it to some similar process that we're all very familiar with is extremely difficult because I'm not exactly familiar with what would be required for an inside grow yet. That's part of the educational pieces we talk about later date and time. Just wanted you to know what this is about. Those are the main issues we talked about being concerned about, so we didn't create mold issues in a home. We don't create electrical issues in a home. We don't create any fire life safety issues that we can endanger the occupants or the neighbors. Those are the types of things we need to address if the board directs us to do so, and would run along the lines of the fees or the permits that would be done for these types of grows. So if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them. I just wanted to expand a little bit further for Dan.
Lots of comments.
Excuse me?
Just
Okay.
comments. I'll hold them. Thank you.
For our recommendation, we ask that your board provide direction on two items. One, to provide direction on proceeding with drafting an ordinance by the end of 2017 for personal and medical cultivation, or provide clarification. Second item is to provide direction on proceeding with code enforcement and funding. Thank you.
Supervisor Gregg.
Okay, in the staff material, I believe page 2, item, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, should non-medical indoor grows be subject to the same restrictions as medical indoor cultivation? And the committee recommended yes. And then you asked yes with clarification required. One of my question is a building built specifically a hothouse or whatever you would call it for growing marijuana, is that considered inside grow, or does it have to be inside the residence of the person that's growing it?
I believe by the state's definitions, they can be that is considered inside if it's completely not viewable from the road, if it's a structure, and if it's totally contained within itself.
Okay.
So yes, that could be considered indoors.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Just one second.
So our ordinance code defines indoor as a fully enclosed and secure structure that has a complete roof enclosure supported by connecting walls, extending from the ground to the roof, and a foundation slab or equivalent base to which the floor is securely attached. The structure must be secure against unauthorized entry, accessible only through one or more lockable doors, and constructed of solid materials that cannot be easily broken into. Glass or plastic sheeting, commonly used for greenhouses, does not satisfy this requirement. For purposes of this chapter, cultivation within a detached structure accessory to the dwelling unit shall be considered indoor cultivation if the structure satisfies the definition.
All right,
Otherwise,
thank
it would
you.
be considered outdoor.
Any other questions? I have a question, Mr. Oliver. I think in this last week you have started going out on some of these code compliance cases. Can you give us an overview of what you've found?
Yeah, Doug Oliver, Code Compliance Officer for the county. Yes, we conducted a what I would call a basic sweep for cannabis cultivation violations in the county on Thursday with the help of the sheriff's office. So we had 3 deputies with us, myself and the investigator. We made 9 stops in a 6-hour period. Of those, we were able to investigate 7 of those. 3 of the grows were issued notice and orders for violations. 4 of them voluntarily abated the nuisance to get into compliance with the ordinance rather than be cited. So we were on site or within close proximity to make sure that got done. What we found, well, let me first just kind of say, what did we not find? We didn't find the scary stuff that we see at Calaveras, the chemicals, the hostility, firearms, things like that. So we didn't find any of that. We didn't find any imminent hazards to the public. So that's good news. What we did find grows between 23 to up to over 800 plants in some locations. This is a snapshot throughout the county because we actually visited 4 different communities. We visited Rawhide, Jamestown area, Phoenix Lake, Tuolumne, Groveland, and just got a snapshot. So we got the wide range, but some of them were very large grows with plenty of room all the way around, just way too many plants. We did find within the limits, but within 30 feet of a church. We found them within 300 feet of schools. There was a mixed bag, if you will, of violation types. What we did find was that there no hazardous chemicals. We did find commercial. In fact, everybody was using essentially the same readily available fertilizers. We did find that there was areas with large grows where there was unpermitted structures, unpermitted electrical installations, septic systems installed without permits, things like that to facilitate the process that they were undertaking with staff on site, that sort of thing. We did find that everyone were locals. There wasn't anybody from outside the community. We also found what I would amount to, which is another positive, there was a lot of positive attitude. There wasn't a lot of resistance. We had a lot of good information shared, and our goal really was to share the information, get the ordinance out, and then inform them as to where they were in violation, and all of them were willing to comply. We also understood from many of them that they knew that they were in violation, but this was just a conscious decision to grow the amounts that they were growing. Let's see. Yeah, essentially that amounts to the majority of what we had out there. I don't have enough background to give you any hard numbers for workload analysis or anything like that. It was only a short snapshot, but it was very effective, and I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office for their support.
Are there any other board questions? All right. This time, we are going to open it up for public comment. I am certain that
without asking for a show of hands, that there's going to be a lot of individuals wanting to comment. I'm going to ask that you comment on this item, remembering that there are two separate items because from a procedural standpoint, we need to stay on topic. And I don't want to I want to hear everyone, but we need to be talking about this item. Mr. Pedro, yeah. Can I see a show of hands of how many people think they want to speak? I just want to do some quick math here. I'm going to say 2, 2.5. Yeah.
So about 20 hands.
Oh, I saw more than that. I'm going to say 2.5 minutes. I think we can hopefully make the points. I have faith in you, Mr. Pedro. We will have a clock over here so that we can be monitoring the time.
Mr. Pedro can figure out how to
Yeah.
operate it.
All right.
How about if I stop it at 2?
That.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'm hoping that because I think there's a lot of. Thank you.
A new calling. IT.
All right. Please come on up to the podium. Please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time to address you. My name is Jeffrey Sarback. I live in District 4 on Upper Arbolado Drive. I'd rather not give my exact address. I'm disappointed in the new regulations that are happening. We came to Tuolumne County specifically for medical cannabis growth. My wife had a 3.3-pound tumor that was stopped without any chemotherapy, and I can't even get anybody to. Madam, you're not even listening to me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I absolutely am. A 3.3 tumor.
My wife had a 3.3-pound tumor. We put THC balm on the outside, gave her CBD on the inside. The tumor, which was HER2 positive, should be metastasizing and should have spread. When the tumor was taken, it was completely dead and calcified and had no blood supply. THC stops a tumor from having a blood supply. CBD tells defective cells to die. I don't wish breast cancer on any of the women here. It's affected my family quite heavily, and we just wanted to come here and grow our medical cannabis for myself and my wife without violating any rules, and now the rules are changing. We made a large investment in a 3.3-acre property, which gave us plenty of room to do anything we needed to do outside without any of our neighbors seeing. And now I'm going to have to jump through hoops and do expensive renovations to my home because you guys don't understand how expensive and hard it is to grow medical cannabis. It's not easy. It's not like growing a tomato. You've got to watch air, humidity, and other things on top of pests. So you're adding a large amount of money to something that shouldn't cost anything because I could use the sun and the wind. And I'll thank you very much.
Thanks for hearing us today. I just wanted to say that we want to just follow the state law. Everyone here is pro-regulation as far as the cannabis community that I know. So if anybody's outside of that regulation, we want them dealt with. When somebody's growing 500 plants, bust them. Like, we just want to have a reasonable amount so we can make medicine for ourselves, and we don't want to pay for it. Charging money to get a medical license to grow is really gutting the spirit of the law for people that have cancer, for people that don't have money, for people like me that their injuries cause them to lose their job and are on disability, and I can't take opiate drugs. I'm in constant pain 24 hours a day. I have to be able to grow cannabis to survive. If I can't take it, I'm going to end up addicted to opioids like everybody else in this country. We also want a dispensary in our town. you could tax the crap out of that to pay for everything you're trying to pay for. It'd be really nice not to drive to the ghetto in Stockton every time I want.
So we're going to get to that in the next item.
Okay, and then, yeah, I'd just like to say that everyone here doesn't want kids getting it. We don't want people being bummed about the smell. I don't like the smell of diesel fuel, but I'm not around trying to legislate against logging trucks. I don't like the smell of gasoline. I don't complain about a gas station in my town. If a few people have to be, then also it's medically impossible to be allergic to a smell. I did some research on that the last few days. So that's just really not valid in my opinion. So thanks for hearing me.
My name's David McGuigan. I was going to make a couple comments on how the vote went down, but I don't think we need to talk that anymore. I'm a medical marijuana patient. While I may look like a reasonably healthy, not so young person, I've had 2 cervical fusions and am currently working on a 3rd. I'm in no way a rich man, but I was lucky enough to be in a position to retire early, giving up some comforts to save my neck from further deterioration. My goal is to travel and see this great country while my neck still allows me to find it enjoyable. However, I can't go on extended trips while I have an active grow. It may not be a full-time job, but it certainly does require full-time regular care. This brings me to the practical realities of not being able to grow outdoors. I can't talk for anyone else, but for myself, it will be difficult to produce enough medicine with 6 plants indoors. It will require me to grow year-round. And while I may have the option to supplement my supplies with commercial product, every ounce I need to buy commercially is some 1,500 miles I can't afford to travel. Ignoring the cost differences between growing indoors and outdoors, the reality is a single outdoor grow will provide me with medicine that will last me easily a full year and up to 2 years in a single season. This has a significant impact on my quality of life, allowing me unrestricted travel for some 18 months at a time. Without the ability to grow outdoors, not only will the cost increase significantly for my medicine, my choices of places to visit will significantly reduce, and my chances to visit my brother in Georgia or my sister in Pennsylvania are all but prohibited due to the time constraints. I can fully appreciate the issues of allowing grows in densely populated areas with differing neighbor opinions, but I believe there's a significant difference between personal, medical, and recreational grows. I hope this board will agree and consider at least allowing outdoor medical grows under regulations similar to the existing ones going forward. I can actually live with a plant. Reduction to 6, I'm perfectly happy. I'm not trying for hyperbole here when I say I don't want to be sentenced to indentured servitude to my grow in order to have affordable access to my medicine. Thank you.
My name is Jan Williams. I sent a letter a couple of weeks ago. I live in Mr. Hanbelt's district. My husband is disabled with chronic Lyme. We grew 1 outdoor plant last year that gave him enough medicine for 2 years, 2 entire years. The difference in a sun-grown plant versus an indoor plant for senior citizens, which my husband is one, the THC is considerably lower because guess what? We don't like the high. I own one of the largest pet sitting companies in this county. I have no fewer than 6 senior citizen clients who grow. They grow no more than 2 plants outside per year. This is for various stages of cancer, Parkinson's, and early onset Alzheimer's. By lumping us in with large commercial grows, you have severely disabled them. And we need this medicine. I am here speaking on the behalf of all of these people who are too embarrassed to come. 2 plants. By lumping us in with the grows, you are doing us a tremendous disservice. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Nat Kemper, and I'm in Randy's district. The reason why I'm here is I don't care about who's growing marijuana or how many plants or whatever, but I live in a residential area, and I moved up here for the quality of air. I'm a gardener. I have a lot of plants, roses and such. And my neighbor across the street, I don't know how many plants he has. I really virtually know nothing about marijuana. I don't know how many plants he has, but he's got it all canvassed off. You can't see at the top and bottom. And the smell, he's directly across the street from me. I know most folks here don't mind it, but it really impacts me. I can't even go outside without it. It's so strong and pungent that it bothers me. And all my friends that come over, it bothers them. I didn't move to this county to have to smell that. Now, I have a friend that grows marijuana in the house. He's been doing it for years. And he's very successful, and I guess it's working. I don't know anything about it, but it's grown indoors. I know it's costly to these growers here because he has to buy equipment to grow it inside, and that's probably in the thousands. I have no idea. But it does bother me if we allow it to be outside grown in the neighborhoods. It's awful. That's all we will be smelling in every neighborhood is the stench of marijuana. And I'm really against it. I don't care if they grow it, but they need to go away from the neighborhoods, out someplace. But it really, really is bothersome. That's my comment.
Sally Miller, Tuolumne County, Lake Don Pedro. I'm going to talk about California's situation on Prop 64 and the Senate 94 trailer bill. The state regulator admits anxiety because it's not going to be easy with an array of unknowns and that they may not be ready by January 1, 2018. Some marijuana operators will have permits and others may not. They are not sure how many
Sally,
will... Yeah.
You're going to get to talking about what this item is about. We really need to keep it on what we approved at our last meeting.
Okay. So you don't want to know about anything?
We're going to have another
issue,
agenda item.
Okay.
So
even the issue where illegal people can grow in this state per the RCRC at a meeting when we went to, okay, can't say that.
Please just stick to the topic, and the topic is how we harmonized
Then,
in our last meeting.
I just have two things to say. Let's not forget Tuolumne County's vision, mission, value, creativity, and stewardship. And for the people, as you decide, please remember the people who have lived here for many years, started families, businesses, and met friends and thrived in a safe and healthy, productive community. The people who want to grow, manufacture, and sell will come from other areas and use our land as they see fit. This will be a shame to allow this to happen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Garner. I just want to touch on a couple of things. First off, I moved back to California 6 years ago to be able to use cannabis because I was having grand mal seizures and was told by a doctor that it will cure your seizures. I was having 1 or 2 a week. I've not had a seizure in 6 years. The other issue is a lot of us that are growing our own medicine are doing so because we are low-income people, a lot of us on disability, Social Security. We cannot afford to pay $300 or $400 for 1 ounce of marijuana when we can produce enough at home at a very low cost. It just doesn't add up. And people that have lung issues like I do, that can't sit around and smoke cannabis all day, that still benefit from cannabis, so they use concentrates. 6 plants will not make enough concentrates to get me from one season to the next because it takes a great deal more cannabis to use to make concentrates than it does to just roll a joint. I also think that if the ordinances that you folks discussed at your last meeting are put through, you are, as a government body, going to turn this county into one major crime wave. You are going to turn everybody that is growing compliantly according to the laws that are licensed correctly, you're going to turn them back into rogue outlaw growers. That's exactly what's going to happen, and I hate to see that happen in this county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm not sure exactly which area. I live up in Soulsbyville, so I'm not sure which one of you are actually my supervisors. Not good at speaking, so I'm just going to go ahead and read this. To the Tuolumne County Supervisors, I'm here in support of the ability to grow outdoor marijuana in Tuolumne County. The citizens of the state voted in the right to grow up to 6 plants legally for recreational use. I don't believe the supervisors of this county were voted in to restrict us from what we as citizens voted ourselves the rights to do. I want to address a number of complaints I have heard about growing outdoors. I use the term recreational marijuana, but it applies to medical as well. In Chapter 5, Section 20 of the county ordinances, it states that we have the right to farm. Specifically, it states, you may be subject to inconvenience or discomfort from the following agricultural operations: cultivation and production, irrigation, pruning, growing, harvesting, processing of any agricultural commodity. It does not state any exceptions. If the supervisors start to put on exceptions, the supervisors will need to amend the ordinance and create a process for adding exceptions to specific genealogy to the ordinance. Once this power is given to the supervisors, who are to say they won't restrict us from overly pungent lilacs or even apple orchards? The complaint about allergies is erroneous. First, we here in Tuolumne County have the right to farm per the county ordinance and is not restricted by the quantity of pollen a plant puts off. Second, marijuana is both male and female plants. The male plants produce pollen which could create allergies, but it is the female plant that farmers want. Farmers go to great lengths to remove any male marijuana plants. Pollen from marijuana is minimal and creates very little of any allergies. The smell. First, we have the right to farm per the county's own ordinance. Second, smells create a lot of reactions in people. The horses next door create a strong odor when it first rains of the season, and an ammonia smell is difficult to deal with. But they have the right to have horses, and smell is just part of living in the rural outdoors environment. If we are to put a full ban on outdoor grows because of smell, then the county will once again have to create a process for creating exceptions to their own ordinances, and how those ordinances will be amended to keep up with the list of agricultural plants that are restricted because of their smell.
All right, thank you very much.
Hi, you guys. Okay, I visited Calaveras County recently, and they did an EIR. Okay, that's Environmental Impact Report. And I asked those guys, I said, did it deal with, or did it talk about competing industries, such as wineries, cattle, mining, or timber? If it did not, that EIR is flawed and biased, okay? We're dealing with a $500 million industry here, you guys. We need jobs. We need jobs. Also, we're talking about the smell. The smell, if you put it 200 feet back, you cannot smell marijuana. 200 feet. I'm 200 feet from a cattle ranch, and I can smell that, and I don't like it. So I'm putting in my complaint right now. Thank you.
All right. I know this is a very passionate subject, and I understand that, but I'm going to ask for a point of clarification, and I hope that we can all start dealing with what are the facts as set forward by the state of California and not Tuolumne County. And I'm going to ask County Council, because it's my understanding from attending some state meetings that at this point in time, while commercial grows are going to be regulated by CDFA, they are not listed at this time as an agricultural product that is approved for Williamson Act land.
You're accurate.
I'm accurate.
Right.
Okay. So it is not at this time recognized by the state of California as
an agricultural product. And let me
you.
just let me clarify, and Mr. Abdal can help, because there's been reference to the Right to Farm Act. That does not apply to this product.
And I appreciate that, and I just want everyone to understand, again, we do not, as a county, the Williamson Act commodities that can be grown are designated by the state of California and not by Tuolumne County. if we look for something different, we have to have that approved by the state of California. Is that correct? If it's on Williamson Act land.
Yeah, the Department of Conservation assists the county in any revisions to our Williamson Act regulations.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Can we back on now? Yes. All right. I'm the 3.3 tumor, breast cancer. I have metastatic breast cancer. I use cannabis every day. I have lymphedema in my chest wall. It's a very strange thing. It came from my mastectomy. We moved to this county, as my husband said. We looked. We wanted to make sure that we could grow in the county outside that we moved to. We looked around. We're from the Bay Area. We moved out here. We're both retired. I'm now retired because I have metastatic breast cancer. He has a 5-level fusion. So it made sense to us. We're like, it's a lovely county, lots of ranching, a lot of land. We fit within the criteria. We've moved out here. We've done it. And now you're changing policies. And it didn't seem like you put out much beforehand. It seemed like a very knee-jerk reaction. And I would expect more of my council members than to just pull the rug up and go, oh, we don't like this. That's not quite right. You're supposed to look long range for all of us, not just a subset or what makes you comfortable. It didn't make me comfortable at first either. I worked for the government for 22 years. It wasn't something that I haven't smoked pot my whole life. I found it with cancer. It's a great drug. It's a plant. It doesn't make me sick. It made me feel better. I go with the CBD because it's not psychoactive and I don't feel goofy. And I think through education, I think the county could have done a better job. I expect you to do a better job. And I expect you to look into it. I understand that there's, law enforcement issues, and it's uncomfortable for people. The law enforcement issue you have to deal with, as he was saying, they don't seem to be cartels coming up here. Then you deal with the individuals as you come along, and you deal with it through code enforcement. Before you start having to hire a bunch of officers saying, oh, it's out of control, let's find out if it's out of control. If he's saying it's not, he's our county enforcement guy, then I'm confused by the knee-jerk reaction. I'm just confused. So, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rick Hoff. I live up in Ponderosa Hills. My story is similar to the woman that was just before me. My wife and I moved here almost 4 years ago from Oklahoma. She suffered from a brain tumor at that time and was on the cannabis oil for 8 months and cured the brain tumor. Thank you. I come from a very conservative background in Oklahoma. I was 30 years in the fire department there, retired as an assistant chief, a 70-member department. We had about a $6 million budget. We had a zero tolerance for marijuana. I would fire anyone without any debate, and it was a no questions. It was absolute. We moved to California after my wife cured her brain tumor for the exact same reasons the woman before me, for medical use only. 12 plants is enough for us per person. We prefer to grow outdoors because it's more ecologically friendly. It doesn't use resources that indoor grows use, and it's healthier. Our big concerns are we want product that's organic and outgrown, grown outside. As far as the odor, I hope you don't allow yourselves to get into the business of policing fragrances from flowers. I know your job is incredibly hard now, and if you get into that, if somebody doesn't like roses or somebody doesn't like whatever it is, any kind of flower, that's probably not the business you need to get into. I would ask that you allow responsible citizens to grow responsibly outside. 12 plants is a reasonable amount. I think that's fair for everyone. That's my recommendation. Thank you very much.
My name is Tyler, and I grow outside, and personally it's just a plant. If she's allowed to have her garden with many, many different plants, most of which may be toxic to human beings, marijuana is not toxic to human beings. It has never been proven to be so. No one has ever died from an overdose. But if she's complaining about just in general, if people complain about the smell, then nobody should be allowed to grow any plants in their yards. Not to mention, going back on the actual subject, if you really want to get rid of commercial grows in residential areas, then make a zoning area for people to grow commercially if they want to, or don't allow them to do it. But either way, people should be able to grow the 6 plants in their backyard, doesn't matter where they live. If 12, sorry, whatever, anything.
Thank
That's
you.
my point.
Good afternoon. I would just like to say that on October 1st this year marked 80 years of marijuana prohibition. And I think that is a mighty, mighty long time to be infringing upon our rights. We are all here asking for permission to help us live and to save a lot of people's lives. I think that when you make the hasty decision just to take away our sun grow, you truly didn't think about the people in our community that don't really have the knowledge to go indoors and grow. And if you honestly think that it's going to stop people from growing, you might take it outside, but they're going to put it inside, and then they're going to burn this damn county down. This is dangerous. You can't just take away our rights. They're going to backlash. And I think that you guys all have the opportunity to try to help us get regulation along with yourselves. And then I would also like to say that I've been in these meetings for a while now, and I have seen you all go from no light bulb to that you're lighting up, and that you guys can see that we are a community that would like your help. And I appreciate that you guys are sitting here, even though I can see on your faces, some of you, that it's not really your best day and that you don't really want to be here for us. But we would like your help. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say, first off, this is really intimidating, and I'm not saying that to say anything except if my voice breaks, that's because I'm a little scared. I've lived in the county 40 years, been married 38 to a woman who's lived here her whole life. We raised all 3 of our boys here. 2 are still here, and they're professionals like I am. I work in my own business. I teach at the college and also teach at the prison. My name is Don Nessel. I don't know whose district I'm in, but I know John Gray and I know Evan, and so whatever. Why not invest some time in appointing a blue ribbon committee to do a survey of the general public, random, get the voting list. Then you don't have to pay whatever they paid in Sonora to somebody count cars, $20,000, whatever. But I'll do it for $500. The committee's sole purpose would be to conduct a survey, cross-survey of all the people in the county. What do you think, everybody? I mean, you got a loaded audience here for marijuana, which I think is, no way one way or the other, but that's not fair. You need to get out there, see what everybody thinks, because you got to make the decision. You guys got to decide whether to make an ordinance or a ban. The ban, I don't understand. You have to make it for all of us. The people that can't smell it, and then the people who love it for whatever reason. They're medical uses, which are very legitimate. If they discovered marijuana today down in the Amazon, it'd probably be the most amazing plant on earth for all of its new uses that they'd found. But all you think, or all some people think, I'm not going to tell what you think, is, ooh, marijuana, it's never been legal. I'm scared. What's going to happen? What's going to happen to the kids? Hey, I'm scared of some of those things too, but I'm a reasonable adult. Okay, if there are people who take issue with outside grows, I got to read this now, surely your committee has or should have mitigations. You got mitigations, 200-foot setback, and you already talked about that, so I think you already did, to put in place to appease the naysayers. Cannabis does not have to be both medical and social uses that are, it does have both medical, One more paragraph?
No, just wrap it up with
medical and social
final
uses
words,
that
please.
are admirable. The legitimate permitted use of cannabis will go on, and the supply will come from somewhere. And the point is,
All right,
be
thank you
careful
very
about
much.
who you let. People that you know that you can talk to, couples or single people, or some
Thank you.
nutcase from outside the county who has guns and a bad attitude.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's very disrespectful, folks, if everyone else is complying with the 2-minute limit, to abuse it. So please, we're trying to get through this in an orderly fashion, and everybody else is playing by the rules. So we're going to ask everybody to play by the rules, please.
Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Adam Fries. I'm the unit forester for the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. One of the questions that's come up on some of these meetings is unanticipated costs associated with commercial grows. And that issue's been a challenge for us in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit since 2016. June 14th, 2016, the Mountain Ranch fire was a large illegal debris burn associated with commercial grow. Cost of suppression was $7,204.
So, Adam, yeah. Hang on, please. I'm going to ask you all. We need to stick to the item that's on the agenda, and right now it is about harmonizing the medical and personal. We will be talking about that in the next item.
Thank you very much. I will hold my comments till the next item then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, supervisors, staff. My name is Jesse Kraft, Tuolumne County resident for 20 years, District 4. I voted for Mr. Gray in each one of his elections. So did my wife and the rest of my family. John, I'm asking you to vote no on banning outdoor cultivation. It's too harsh to punish the good actors because of some of the bad actors. That sends the wrong message. There's a lot of people trying to do it the right way, and we can't just punish everybody. To support an ordinance in the spring and then to change your mind during harvest season is irresponsible and misleading. The actions affect your community in a very negative way. All of you as Board of Supervisors have the job of doing what is best for this county and its constituents. It is hard to ignore the obvious green rush California is experiencing. This county has a lot of miners out there, obviously, and they want to partake in that industry. And you're not allowing them to, and that's hard for ambitious
we're
folks.
not talking about commercial.
Right, okay. It circles around. I'll just have to finish the rest of this in the next topic. But I do want to advise you to ensure that you do not ban outdoor cultivation. Keep that intact. And you need to expressly make regulating commercial activity a priority. It needs to be a hot topic. It needs to be a priority because regulating that will fix your problem.
Thank you.
That you're having right now.
Thanks for taking the time. I want to start off by saying I've been blessed to be able to help other people in the cannabis community by acting as a collective. Long story short, that allows you to grow medicine for other individuals. Your guys' new ordinance apparently bans that. So unfortunately, some of these ailments that some of these people are talking about, there are people with more severe issues than even that, and they can't even grow themselves. So they can't even go outside and turn the soil and do all the maintenance that's required for these plants. And that's where I usually came in. And I really prided myself in being able to do that for years. And, some people take advantage of it, and you guys are talking about people that take advantage of too many plants. Those plants went to people that needed it. And now they're not able to get it anymore. And I've been having to tell all my patients that, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to service them anymore under the new ordinances. And it's unfortunate. And I just want to bring up the fact that there was that model available. So while we're waiting for the commercial availability and people able to get it commercially, there was the collective model that was available in this county, and apparently that's lost now. Thank you.
I'm not sure who the supervisor is for Tuolumne City area. That's where I'm at. I moved out to this county in April, right? Back in
You're fine.
I was diagnosed with PTSD. I had someone burn my house down while my family was asleep. I moved out here for one of the reasons, to be able to grow. I used to not be able to sit in a crowd with people. I'd want to rip someone's head off every time. But since I've been able to do that, I also can't do concentrates either. I mean, I have to do concentrates. I can't smoke it either because I have lung damage from a house fire. So you guys making it indoor is impossible for me. I have 5 children. I'm actually able to be a father now because I can control the PTSD with the medicine. I couldn't before. I had to lock myself in the bedroom 24/7.
Okay, please let him speak. Thank you.
And with you guys putting it indoors, I have nowhere to put it indoors. I'm in a small place, barely have enough room for everybody in the house. So there's no way for me to do that or to be able to afford to do that because I'm on my way to trying to get Social Security. I have chronic back pain, chronic knee pain. I'm in pain now because I don't smoke, or not smoke, but I don't partake and then drive. Just sitting here as long as I am, it puts me in pain. So I hope that you guys consider keeping it the way it is and allowing it outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Sam Santry. I grew up here. I'm an Afghan war vet and a combat veteran. I'm also a young person. I'm under the age of 25, correct? There aren't many jobs for young people in this community. Most of the people I grew up with are heroin addicts. Cannabis gives us a chance to have real jobs, create real businesses, and have hope beyond just working for the fucking government. Excuse my language. Sorry, I used to work for the government and I still do. And taking care of the elderly, no offense. It's nice to have a new industry that gives a lot of the people that never had a chance here a real chance to have a life and a family, buy a new car or a truck or a house, you know. That's all I have to say.
Hello. My name is Lauren Hurley, and I'm a resident of the county for 17 years, a member of the business community for 12, and a recovered benzodiazepine addict for over 2 years, thanks to cannabis. I'm also a partner in a cannabis farm in District 5. Today I feel discouraged and enraged. For the past few years, I've been standing before you asking for smart cannabis cultivation and regulation. It's been a long and painful, slow road, and I've done my best to participate. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the last meeting where the supervisors voted to ban all outdoor cultivation. I hope you have since started to realize the implications of such a ban. Taking away the rights of medical cannabis patients alone is wrong and can have dire financial implications for the county. I have to ask, why would you finally create a group after collectively dragging your feet for a year and then pay no attention to the recommendations? Why were the concerns you raised at the last meeting not raised within the working group? It would have been an appropriate thing to bring forward the concerns voiced at the meeting back to the work group for discussion where it can then be properly addressed. I'd ask you to reconsider your decision to ban outdoor cultivation. Please keep the numbers where they are. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melinda Fleming. I live in District 2. I've been here 40 years, and I've owned multiple homes in Tuolumne County in different areas. Some of the homes that I owned were on large pieces of property, where it might have been appropriate for someone to do 12 plants growing outside. The home I own now is not in a large acreage property area. We're in a subdivision. And the lots are really not intended for agricultural use. They're really used for things like growing your roses, things like that. The houses are not set far enough apart. The lots are not far enough apart so that the person next door to you does have to experience whatever you experience growing in your yard. I feel as just entitled as my neighbors to have a peaceful pleasant smelling place to live. Right now I don't have that. At least I would say since I've lived there in February, when I moved there, starting in April, the smell became so intense that I can't use my front yard. I can't have a screen on my front door. I don't
I'm going to
think.
ask you, please, to be respectful. We need to respect everyone's opinion here. Please. Please be respectful.
I don't think it's appropriate for someone to do something on their property. If my neighbor, for example, or any of my neighbors, wanted to do like taxidermy in their backyard and put out pelts to dry, I don't think that'd be appropriate in a neighborhood. If they wanted to burn trash 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for months, I don't think that'd be appropriate either. So I think we just need to go back to that good neighbor policy. If growing outdoors to the extent, maybe these people say they can live on, or do fine with 6 plants, or don't even need that much. Maybe that many regulated could be tolerated in smaller subdivision lots. But as it is now, the 12 to 24 is too much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You guys got your hands full, and I respect the position you're in and the challenge that's before us as a county, and even more so as a culture. My name is T.Y. Atkins, retired principal of one of our local elementary schools and teacher for almost 30 years. Lived in the county 42 years, and I don't know if we'll be able to harmonize recreational use and medicinal use. The medicinal use piece is huge, and it's unfortunate that our federal government has been dragging its feet to get the medicinal use of marijuana in the place of prescription where it should be, but that's not where it's at this time. My main concern is, I know marijuana hasn't been labeled a drug, but working with kids and watching a lot of my friends over the years in my younger days, the gateway into more severe and destructive drugs is there. Right now in some of our elementary schools, high schools, the epidemic, the increased crisis of heroin use is a concern. I think in order to be fair to both sides, I think what needs to be done is to minimize, if not eliminate, the illegal grows in Tuolumne County for the well-being of our entire community. And to do that, I think that once you define the amount to be grown, then you have it become a law enforcement issue. Come down hard, have high fines, and minimize the criminal aspect of this industry in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Eric Toller, District 1. Thanks for letting me come and talk. I grow medically outdoors. I was diagnosed with epilepsy, having up to 300 seizures a day. I was able to control that with medication as well as smoking concentrates, which I need to be at least 12 plants for that. I could not get away with 6. I also have talked with both my neighbors. It does not bug them whatsoever. I live next to a game warden and also a retired teacher and someone who used to work at a Board of Supervisors in another county. I've had no problems with them. They have barbecues outside. I also am not in a place where I could have a 200-foot pushback or even more than I am now. I've already spent about $5,000 following the county laws with the pushback as it is now. And if I had to go indoor, it would probably cost me about another $15,000 in renovations and solar panels and house renovations with vents and permits and everything to get that started. And I'm honestly not really willing to do that. I really hope you guys show that you deserve to be up there making decisions for us. Thank you.
Hello,
My name is Jason Deschler. I've been a member of this community since 1998 when I found my roots. My family is part of the Tuolumne Miwok tribe. I have some family there. Me specifically, I am not part of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok. I lost my brother 10 years ago because of a car accident, because of drugs and alcohol. Some of my family has served a lot of time in the war, starting back to the Gulf War all the way until recently. Grow medical cannabis for many reasons, part of a co-op, not just for myself. I grow a very low THC, high CBD, very low smelling plant. I grew a minimum of 2 medical grows this year of 24. I was within just a few feet of my fence line. Now what the county had did was they went around. Now the lady who I just spoke just happens to be my neighbor across the street. Meanwhile, her cats are coming over, killing my chickens. Things like that affecting my area. My plants, you could not even see them. I mean, he could identify. You have to be in my driveway completely looking for them, staring at me. I had to go all summer with her harassing me. When I asked them why did they come by, I said, this is a complaint-driven act. He said, no, it's strictly just a thing we have to do. You know, I said, again, was it a complaint-driven act? He said, no. I said, ma'am, it's my neighbors. They're complaining. I don't understand why they're doing this. And what they have done, they affected me because of this complaint. I mean, I'm sure when they came over, they couldn't even smell it. They specifically chose people because of a canopy size. They were scared of the size of my garden. It wasn't even that big, about as big as this room right here, 24 plants. And what they did leave alone in the neighborhood was everybody else's plants that were accessible in between houses. And I just don't understand how you guys are making decisions on doing this. You're basing it on fear of the community.
And if you would like to talk
Was that 2 minutes?
It is. And if you'd
Okay,
like to talk to
thank
the
you.
code compliance officer afterwards, I think he might be able to clear up some of your questions.
My name is Stan Kaiser, and my biggest concern is the overall cost of all this. I live out on Jacksonville Road, and we have potholes that are about this deep and about this big, and every day my little car runs and falls into half of them. So that and an education system in this town isn't exactly on par with a lot of California if you look at the ratings of where we stand. And we're looking at 477 just to start, and we're probably going to be at about $1.5 million when it's all said and done. We got $2 million over here in our little jail that somebody made a bad decision on, from what I understand, that we're going to be paying for quite a while. And now we're going to take this on also. I think you really need to stop and think. This isn't Palo Alto. This isn't the Bay Area where we've got unlimited funds. We need to spend our money wisely, and this is not a wise spend. Spend it where we need it. Our kids need it, okay? Our health care needs it. And pay attention a little bit. These people they're the ones that are voting you in, okay? So please, give us some respect here, too. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Julie, and I have been a medical marijuana user for most of my adult life. I suffer from TMJ, and most recently insomnia due to the death of a very close friend who I called my sister. She was the one that was hit while she was running on Jamestown Road. Evan knows her. We grew up with her. Suffered severely, like horrible, up all night. I have 2 daughters. I have to step up as a mom. And when I couldn't sleep at night, if I used just a small amount, I was able to go to sleep and wake up and live my life like I want to. Banning the outdoor grows is a problem for a lot of people. I don't know if you realize, but to grow indoors, your electrical bill alone can run over $1,000. Just in electrical. I'm not talking about equipment, hiring people to help you, which is also creating jobs for people in this county, which we desperately need. And people maybe don't have a house where they can grow indoor. but maybe they have property where they can grow outdoor. And banning that is only going to cause a black market. Also, not allowing us to have a dispensary or a delivery service. If you don't want to have a building that has the green cross on it, allow a delivery service so somebody can drive it to somebody who cannot leave their house because they are so afflicted with whatever they have. Cancer, maybe Parkinson's. My dad has cancer. Maybe he is suffering so badly from his treatments, he can't leave because he can't get out of bed. And not allowing us to have a dispensary or a delivery service is only going to create a black market and put people in more danger. So you really need to understand that, we're not bad people. I lived in this town my whole life. So you need to understand we do vote you guys in. So you need to think about that.
Hello, my name is Corinne Robinson. I am grew up here, but recently moved back to town about a month or so ago. I have lived all over the state. I've lived in San Diego. I lived in the Bay Area, and it's completely absurd to me to be moving back to my hometown and to see these bills that are coming up about spending $250,000 against something that has been voted into the state. I am a soon-to-be new business owner. We should be opening up in the next, hopefully, few months, and my tax dollars go to things that provide things for the community. So I don't see why we cannot tax something that is now legal in our state to provide tax money for our community, for our children, for drug prevention. We had somebody mention about opiates. Well, I'm sorry, those are written prescriptions by professional doctors that are giving these out to people that shouldn't be having them. And a lot of opiate overcomers start using marijuana. So I just want you guys to know that we really need to open our eyes and think, this is a new day and age. These are new findings of medical uses and people that have, my father died of cancer, and in his last 6 months, he was fully against marijuana up until he couldn't eat. He couldn't move, and he's full of all these other drugs, but the thing that made him feel the best was marijuana. So thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Tom Taylor. I'm going to be a little brief. My legs kind of kill me right now. I'm 31 years old. I'm from here. I was born and raised in Jamestown. I still live in and now own my childhood home. It was built like 60, 70 years ago. It would be incredibly difficult and costly to renovate my home in order to be able to grow indoors. I want to take a little time to thank Evan for his support and his open-mindedness throughout this entire process. We may always agree on everything, but you've been fighting for us to have the right to have this conversation, and we appreciate that. Mr. Henvelt mentioned earlier about wanting to hear solutions and not complaints. I would like to posit that there has been a side here, the cannabis community, that has been offering solutions and possibilities, and a bunch of people who have offering complaints and nothing else. To the people who want to talk about who's going to come here and grow, and that legal is going to come here, for one, we see your racist dog whistle, and it's not cute. For two, most of us in this community, we are from here. We are born and raised. We want to support our community. We want to help each other. And for people concerned about smells and other inconveniences, I want to remind you that we are a community. These are your neighbors. These are your friends and your family. And we are suffering and we are struggling. What is more important? You want to talk about a good neighbor policy? Support your neighbors in their search for health and for a life that they can live and enjoy.
All right, bring this. Sorry, I let you have it with the wagon train. I'm going to try and swamp here. My name is Kira Tucker, advocate on your board's marijuana working group, executive director of Tuolumne Cannabis Alliance, recovered chronic Lyme disease patient, and recovered opioid addict thanks to cannabis. I expect by now you have a clear picture of the upset we've been experiencing in the last 2 weeks. It seemed the board acted in different information than the marijuana working group had, namely the odor complaints. I requested this information at our meetings, as well as compliant check data, and it was never delivered. And so I strongly support joint meetings, more frequent meetings. I think the enforcement task force, which I know is a little off topic, should just be an additional count of members to the marijuana working group. In regards to personal grows, I can't help you if you ban it. I wrote a 3-minute speech, and I got 1 minute left. We all knew that the ordinance we put in place was an interim ordinance, that it wasn't going to do everything we wanted it to. It didn't give these commercial operators an avenue to onboard the regulated market, and so they got abated. It didn't generate any funding for enforcement. And the changes at the state level over the last 2 years are causing all of us to revisit and revise how we do things. We have work to do. I urge you to stop pumping the brakes. We have a good plan in place, but that's commercial. That concerns commercial. These problems are commercial problems, and they need commercial solutions. You have people in this community doing personal grows for legitimate reasons, and we can't turn around in 8 lanes of traffic at this point. We have to keep moving forward. Maybe we need to change lanes, reconsider things, but I think we can do it if we do it together. Thank you. All right. I'm going to bring this back to the board. And just for a point of clarification for the board, because I would take exception, actually, with a few of the comments that were made, because when this was discussed at the working group meeting in April, I voted no on this and had a conversation about my concerns and pitting neighbor against neighbor, and that we had not thoroughly thought out what the correct number was. And so I really do take exception with the idea that there wasn't a conversation. And I know a number of you got me out in the hallway and wanted to continue that conversation, and we did. And I said, I still do feel very strongly that we needed to put a stop in place, and we needed to take a step back and look at how we could do this, where we are not pitting neighbors against neighbors. We simply don't need that in Tuolumne County. I go to meetings up at California, up in Sacramento, and I hear it, and we don't want that here, and that's where we were headed. And so, in taking a step back, I don't think that's a good thing in my mind. And I don't think that there is an interpretation that we don't have a code compliance issue out there, because I heard very clearly that we do have some code compliance issues, and that we need to figure out, if we're going to have credibility with everyone in the county, we have to figure out how to do this correctly and with the minimal amount of, like I said, neighbor-to-neighbor confrontations. All right. So having said that, I am going to bring this back to the board for some conversations. 2 pieces. Because I've really been thinking about this, and I will say that with the emails that I have received, and I have read every one of them, a number of them from you, and probably twice as many from individuals that are happy that we're taking a step back and reevaluating it. And so I have confidence that this is the appropriate thing to do at the appropriate time. The cultivation season, as I understand it, is for all intents and purposes finished for this year. No? All right. Then again, I'm going to say that I have information. Let me rephrase that. You are operating under an ordinance that was in place, and you will be allowed to harvest if you have 2 prescriptions, the 24 plants, if you do not have any other code compliance issues. Is that correct?
Correct. Our ordinance is still in effect.
Thank you. So, for anyone that has 2 prescriptions, 24 plants, and is operating with all of the other land use designations, you are going to be allowed to harvest those 24 plants. All right. Going forward, another plant cycle would not be in place outside during the wintertime. That's my understanding. I think we have an opportunity to look at what we need to do for code enforcement in the interim. And I'm looking to my fellow supervisors here on what your preference is.
All right. So I started today saying pretty much the same thing that Sherry said. We have a proposed ordinance in place. We have an ordinance in place. Going forward, we have to come to some agreement of what is a reasonable number of plants to have in the house, whether you're having inside or outside. How many plants is that? We've heard a lot of talk today. I'm not arguing the need for some people to use medical marijuana. It's okay with me. So what happens is that we have a lot of bad players out there. I think Mr. Oliver talked about just a few of them. That's kind of a tip of the iceberg that he talked about. There's a lot more out there than the 9 or so that he talked about. So there's just a bunch of bad players out there that cause us enforcement problems. So if we're going to set an ordinance, we're going to have some sort of enforcement process to follow. What is that going to be? And it's going to be probably designated to the number of plants that a person can have. The state of California says you can have 6. If we say 6 plants, is that reasonable? Okay. So, all right. But the state of California said that's a reasonable number. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Whoa, folks.
All right. So I didn't interrupt you when you were talking. I appreciate it if you just let me finish. We will come to some agreement, to some conclusion on what is right here. It will take us some time. And this step back was important because of all of the complaints that we had with the illegal grows in our county. To a supervisor, every one of us have had those complaints expressed to us. So I don't know what the answer is. I have listened to everybody. I've got a page full of notes. I'm going to digest this stuff, and I'm going to come to some final conclusion. I'm probably not going to be able to do it today. That's factual. But I do know that if we do set an ordinance, we're going to have an enforcement policy in place. The gentleman on Jacksonville Road, you think we're going to be wasting money to try to enforce it? If we don't enforce it, we're going to have chaos. That's just the way it will work. So that's my comments for right now.
Thank you. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. First of all, I would ask County Council to comment on decorum and respect in our board meetings, please, and then I'll have comments.
So I just want to make it clear for everybody that certainly your comments are welcome, but should you be disruptive, the board is authorized under the Brown Act to have you removed from the boardroom. And if we have to, we will clear the entire boardroom. So we're asking that you please be respectful. Please don't interrupt. Let everyone have their opportunity to speak because it is important we hear from everybody, okay?
Okay, so my comments kind of start with a dovetail on that. I understand that this is a very emotional issue, especially for the medical marijuana folks. I respect that. I'm in very similar camp with Supervisor Gray. I recognize that there are legitimate medical uses for both marijuana and cannabinoids. And I do understand the emotional nature of it. I would ask, however, that not just this meeting, but we're going to have a lot of these folks. I would ask for some respect for people that have differing views from yourself. One of my great disappointments in my nation right now and the people that inhabited it is people on both sides of just about every issue are screaming at each other instead of talking about it. We're going to solve this problem by talking about it, not screaming at each other and not shouting each other down. And I'll also say that if you really want to move this board in a direction, threats are not the way to do it. Okay, I can tell you that everybody on this board does not react well to threats. So please help us out there. We want to get to a solution that is workable for the entire county and all the residents that are in it. So please help us out. I believe, in a way I believed it at the time, but I really did believe that it was necessary to do what we did in our last meeting. But I do believe that we do need to look at how we might do personal outdoor grows in some manner, whether that's I'm not even going to go whether, okay? We just need to look at that. That's something for the working group to take on. And I would recommend that part of our action today is to refer that back. And some of the things that I just wrote down as we were going is how much in terms of number of plants, and that may not be a one-size-fits-all. It may be a certain number of plants on this size of property. It may be something more on another side. I don't know. Let the working group handle that. But I think that we do need to relook at that. Where can we do it? What kind of, in what kind of zoning codes can we do it? Is there an acreage? I don't know. I'm sorry. I will strongly disagree with people that say that odor is not an issue. With some people, it really is. And I'm sorry for those that disagree, but I think that we do have to respect some sort of odor mitigation. And I don't know what that is. I'll let the working group sort that out. Security and access. I care very deeply about the potential negative impacts on kids. So if you're going to have an outdoor grow where kids can see it and possibly access it, I don't want marijuana to become the new watermelon patch, okay, where it's kind of an exciting thing to go in and steal a watermelon. So security and access have to be discussed, okay. Permitting, processing, and fee structure. When I showed my list to Supervisor Royce, he added this to it. But the bottom line is we do have to enforce our ordinances. I will never vote for an ordinance that I don't believe we can enforce. And that's going to cost money, and we don't have any excess money in this county. So we're going to have to pay for this somehow, and I think it's not going to immediately happen with taxes, because we're going to get to commercial after we get to personal. So somehow there's going to have to be some monies collected in this whole process to pay for some additional law enforcement. And again, I just want to close, and that's my recommendation, is that we refer it back to the working group to come back with either a recommendation or a set of options, a pick list that we can pick from, and have a discussion about all of that. And again, I'll just close by just saying I really do understand that this is an emotional issue for people on every side of it, and it's not just two sides, quite frankly. And I hope that you all, it's too important an issue for us to get wrong. And so I would ask you to respect people that don't agree with you. Let them speak too. Quite frankly, there was only one side shouting down the other, and that's not a good dialogue. Okay, so please help us with that. And we will get through this together, or we won't get through it at all. And whatever we do, wherever we end up, has to be usable for all the citizens in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanfield.
I largely agree with Supervisor Rode for a couple comments. I said last time I was disappointed in the working group because I didn't think they rationalized the medical and the personal use issue, and I didn't see how you could ever enforce any of that. I agree we have to be able to enforce this. By the way, before I go any further, I want to thank you all for getting up here and talking. I mean, I know it was difficult for some of you, and I also agree with Supervisor Rhoda for We need to show respect for everybody and their opinions and their feelings about this thing. Look, medical, no question in my mind. Those of you who have found relief from medical, I know there's lots of people. I've talked to lots of people. I have great compassion for that. Pain is not a good thing to live with, and we gotta deal with that in a respectful and a reasonable manner. So, and I've talked to medical people about that too, and they all believe, as I do, that it has medicinal qualities. So we got to deal with that. But again, this is tough when you're trying to do both at the same time, I think. And I think it's true that most of the complaints I'm getting are probably people who are jumping the gun trying to do commercial illicit grows, most of them. I'm guessing that. But those who are speeding should pay that price, too. So I agree that we need to send it back to the group. We need to have a rational approach that works. I am still concerned. I'm always concerned about kids. I've preached that from the very beginning. I just got too much data about how that is a problem. Well, the enforceable thing comes back to me. I'm worried about the odor thing. The guy who said odor doesn't cause problems, that's ridiculous. I mean, any chemist will tell you that an odor is in the air because there are chemicals in the air, esters or whatever, that may cause that, and people do have reactions to it. I have reactions to some odors, so I know that that's the case. So we have to be respectful of that too, and I don't know how to do that in a rational fashion. But I agree. Send it back to the group. Let's get a real rationalization. We've got to have enforcement with it, and it's got to work.
I just have one additional comment to do that. I'm okay with sending it back to the group, but I think the public would like to see us move on, and so I think we need to look at, and we'll discuss it in our next topic, but a little bit different working group makeup. And I just think this board is very interested in this subject. I think that they have very strong opinions on the subject. And so to have this conversation here and then say send it back to the working group and keep doing that back and forth, I don't think will move us forward. And so we'll discuss the makeup of the working. I'm all right with sending this back to the work group, but we're going to have a conversation in the next item about what the composition of that work group is.
Yeah, we need to have that.
All right. So I'm going to look, Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. I think Carl nailed some of the questions that need to be answered. I think the bottom line is we shouldn't just outright ban outdoor growing. I think it needs to be looked at, and those different qualifiers that are within a regulation need to be considered, reviewed, and updated. As Kira said, the original ordinance that was put in place was a temporary medical ordinance that was done before the ballot measure to legalize recreational was even happening. The direction that the working group had when we were dealing with these with the harmonization of this was basically we wanted to the goal was, and the thought process, Randy, was to make it easy for staff to enforce by having the same rules for both. And the reason, for one, is so they're not trying to differentiate between them and spending time to do that. And also, because it's not, there are considerations when we're listening to the stories of the people that are out there. There are people that have medical conditions that require a certain amount and type and weigh and all those things. But we're trying to create an ordinance, a land use ordinance that governs how you have a right to use your property. And the reason for that is to the social contract between you and your neighbor on what's fair and where you do that. And just like you wouldn't allow a hog farm on a quarter-acre lot in the middle of Tuolumne, you have to decide what's fair and what's reasonable and what everybody can live with. This is a new thing, and everybody's trying to figure it out. Some people don't know anything about it. Some people, it's their whole world and it's their lifestyle and they're living it and they know it. The balance is the key, and we've struggled, I think, this last little episode trying to do that, and I think we're coming to grips with balance. But here's my main point, and I think you were trying to get to it a little bit. You're getting to the process, how we're going to do this. And to be honest, I hate committee processes. I feel like we waste tons of time. I love listening to everybody, but I tell you what, I've heard it all before. We've been doing this for 3 years, and I don't think I learned anything. I think it just reemphasized and highlighted things. But I'd like to get this done. This board and our staff, these staff people cost a lot of money to sit up here for hours and hours. I know we have general plans and a lot of things, and I don't want to get sucked into a black hole. I'm just going to throw this out there, and maybe we'll get shot down. I think we should just try to write an ordinance, a draft ordinance that can be so. I think we need to reconsider the approach that we're taking. Right now, we've been trying to give direction, and we're not really drafting an ordinance. We don't have anything to wordsmith or deal with. In the past, I think we've had a lot of success where we write something, and then everybody gets it, and we have, the cannabis community can mark it up in green, and the opponents of it could have a committee and mark it up in red, and we bring it back and we deal with it like we do a planning commission or something kind of reviewing. So I'd like to work with staff just to write an ordinance on the side and then just let everybody pick it apart and fight over it and go from there. And bring it to the board, maybe let the committee work on it as far as reviewing and commenting, do a green red line, then bring it to the planning commission and do a blue red line, and then bring it to the board and let us have a final determination. But process on this thing, I think the working group will be better utilized for commercial activity because that has more variables and unknowns and moving parts. I think this just needs to be balanced out. I think Doug can help a lot. I think David can help a lot. These guys know how to deal with the enforcement side. For the people in the marijuana community, I think we do need to have some kind of a permit for every person, even if it's personal or medical, over the counter. You come in across the street, you go up there, pay a minimal fee, and all you do is you say, this is my address, and I want to grow, and this is, we give what I want people to do. Everybody gets a little packet, okay? You got stuff from Adam Freese back here about fire safety. These are the rules. You have stuff about chemicals and stuff from our ag commissioner right here, and he says, we're going to make sure you don't put stuff in the water. Just common sense stuff, but not everybody follows it, not everybody knows it. You pay a minimal fee. You sign right there that I agree and I will comply with these things. And what happens is everybody there, then you're in our little database. If somebody calls and complains and you're not in that database, right off the bat we know enforcement needs to be administered. And they're violating it because they didn't follow the rules and they're not registered. And it would be like a seasonal thing. And then from there, it can evolve and we can refine it. The other thing, if you have it in an address, we can look up, if you say this is my address, we can look at a parcel map and see how big it is, and you can see the shape of the property, and you could draw a little X, this is where it's going to be, and we could make sure you're 50 feet away or whatever it is, and it could be very simple, but I think it could cause it could prevent a lot of these types of issues. So that's an alternative idea. I just think I think you could cut to the chase and cut a lot of the crap and just come back and work off of something if you did it that way. Just an idea.
Yeah, I think that you're getting to more of what I was actually hoping for, because to keep bouncing this back and forth between the working group, we're just going to keep, I am concerned that we're going to find ourselves in this situation. And we will, if we have, from a process standpoint, I'm going to look to staff for some questions on this.
I got a suggestion, and it kind of goes to Evan. I like Evan's idea, but what I would like to see happen is staff do that, and then let's turn the working group loose on start working on commercial. But when it comes back, before it goes to the Planning Commission, which an ordinance has to, by the way, I would like to have a joint meeting to go over that between the board and the working group to go over that proposed ordinance, and so that we get what I don't want to see is stuff the ping pong game between us and the Planning Commission and the committee, and I don't want to leave the committee out of or the working group out of the process entirely of doing the ordinance. So slight modification to Evan's proposal.
I'm looking to staff for concurrence that
I'm just trying to absorb all this and trying to make sure I hear you correctly. So it's best if we answer your questions, but I'm happy to ask a few for clarifications here. You're stating you would like an ordinance drafted with the context of dealing with odor, setbacks. I'm assuming the number of plants is still 6. That's an assumption that can change. Outside is now something, if we're dealing with setbacks, I'm assuming the direction previously indoors is no longer the direction. Is that accurate?
I think that we are asking, and it's going to get back to setbacks. It's a perfect example because that was a piece that was discussed in the working group, and we did not have, it was a 4-1 vote, but we did not, I don't think, we looked at that strongly enough, because when it came back to this board, I heard Evan say, well, maybe it should be a little bit larger setback. I heard, we had a lot of conversation around that. So I think what Evan is suggesting is bring an ordinance forward, and then we're going to have certain different public interest groups that are going to have an opportunity to respond to that draft. And then we'll take that to those corrections, red line, green line, to the working group, which will be a joint board working group. And because the ordinance would still have to go to the Planning Commission.
Okay. I would ask staff, as they're doing this, to focus on the issues and not solutions. Okay, and by that I mean when you're talking setbacks, you're talking odor, you're talking indoor, outdoor, you're talking covered outdoor, uncovered outdoor. Those all are addressing a single issue, and that is mitigation for odor, in my view. Okay, so I'm willing to give you free rein on how you mitigate odor. That's the concern. That is the neighbor-on-neighbor issue. The other issue, again, get with the folks I've told you to get with before. They had 5 mitigation factors. Okay, I thought those were really good mitigation factors. How you mitigate, you can do it any number of different ways, and you could come back with several recommendations on how we might mitigate those things. But focus on what the issues are that we're trying to solve, okay? Security, okay? Odor, visuals, because back to the kids, if they can see it, they might try to go to it. But take a look at those 5 mitigation factors and come to us with an ordinance or proposed ordinance with maybe several different ways to attack each one of those, and let us have our joint meeting and figure out what the best way to do each one of those is, and we'll be there.
And I'm going to add one more, and that would be fees.
It's got to pay for itself, or pay for a reasonable amount of the increase in administrative and code enforcement.
Can I get some,
Yes.
or just put forward something? In drafting an ordinance, we are, an ordinance is going to be the rules that are in place. So if you're asking us not to get to the solution, going straight to an ordinance may not be what you're looking for, because that's where we're looking for. How many plants do you want? How do you want to deal with smell? Those are your decisions, not staff's decision. So perhaps instead of a draft ordinance proposals or different options, it's extraordinarily time-consuming to draft an ordinance. This is a complex issue, and I would hate to waste time going in a direction that you have no interest in going.
So it's a two-step process. You come to us with proposals, we pick up the options that we like, and then you go draft the ordinance. But again, I don't want the ping pong game going. I agree with Supervisor Brennan.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I totally understand your concern, and I think we can accomplish what we're trying to do without that being an issue. Because I think we've heard all the concerns, and I think we understand the issues, the complaints. I think we understand a lot of the needs of people in the cannabis community, and I think we can create an ordinance that I think working together in a small group, just myself with some of the staff people here, I think we can get something down that can be massaged by the board. Right now, what we have needs to be updated, and we really don't have anything. I think you could have plant counts that are maybe different for different sized parcels. I think if you have a process to be able to review that and edit to people, there's not enough flexibility in this process to be able to be creative and think through those things. So I think as this group is put together, we can do that and bring something back as a starting point for this group. Maybe that we say it's two plants for this size parcel and 6 for this size or whatever, and maybe this group says, well, it should be 1 and 3 or 6 and 12, whatever. I think we can get a framework that addresses the concerns. And right now, the biggest piece that's missing is enforcement, and that's why I want to work with Doug and I want to work with this group to tie that in, because that's the piece that's missing, and that's. I think we can do it, Carlin.
Supervisor Graham.
Yeah, I think that, with any ordinance that you have, in order to fit the needs of multiple different avenues or problems, is you could also look at a variance process. If 6 plants growing outside is not enough for an individual, and they can come with a reason why they need more, a variance could be issued, or a variance process. I don't know. It's just something that I know we do it with other ordinances, that we do allow variances. Maybe that's something that could be added in there.
I like that idea. Close it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
May I?
Yes.
Okay. I think you all know this is a difficult task, so I'm going to ask a few questions. And it's pretty simple. Priority. Where do you want this to fit? You're looking at the group here. You're sitting looking at Sarah, myself, and Carlin. You all know what we're working on. And I'm just going to ask a very basic question. Where do you want my team, along with all the other groups here, to fit this in? We'll do whatever you ask us. You know that. Where do you want it to fit? General plan. I know it's high priority. It's the same group. Drafting an ordinance, as Carlin had stated, is extremely time-consuming. Myself, Quincy, and Carlin, about the only group of folks that we've had with any experience with that. We do have a consultant that I can use their time instead of having them come to the marijuana working group. That is an option. That is not what you would ask before. I'm willing to do that. I'm just trying to put this together in my mind, how to get you what you want. It is possible. I just need some direction on priorities, and when you want this type of thing back?
Fair questions. So,
The idea of using a consultant is a valid idea. If we don't have enough staff resources to do this in in a timely manner that we haven't given you direction to do yet, that is an option that we may want to look at.
I think it would start with a casual meeting just with us. We don't have to fully draft all of the language right off the bat. I think we just create a framework, and it can be as simple as, a list, bullet points, A.1, we're going to have a permit. It's going to be over the counter. I think we can just do that, and then from there, maybe give us some flexibility for the next step in between there and prime time. Maybe we bring back an outline before we just fully send attorneys to draft a 20-page document. Okay. I don't think that's what I was trying to intend, but I think a regulatory framework, maybe we come back with that.
Okay, timeline?
Can I just point out, and I want to do what your board wants to do, the regulatory framework on the personal cultivation will still need attorney review because, again, the law is so new in this area that we want to make sure, what Fee suggested, that it is reasonable, that we can support it. So all that stuff, I just want to make sure that doesn't get lost in the process.
You're going to be there, and it's not going to move ahead till you say okay.
Exactly. I think that evidence trying to come up with a structure that would allow for some major points and then get at some sub-points that need to have a little bit more meat put around them or definition.
Can I recommend that we let Evan work with the staff, okay, and come back with some basic
outline.
I'll call it a director set, okay, some kind of a architecture that we can have a discussion on in a joint meeting, and then we see where we go from there. And from that point, I think we look at. I would like to have that. I want to have that discussion because I am concerned about the situation that we have right now. We do need to, I think, fix the current temporary ordinance that we've got. There's flaws in it that are causing us a lot of problems. So I'd like to see that discussion happen sometime in November, probably on an off-board week or something if we had it, because it's going to be a big meeting, I think. I'd like that meeting to be in the evening, if at all possible, so that people that do have day jobs can be there. But is it reasonable to have some kind of a basic framework on which we would start to the work of drafting a memo, say in the second week in November?
I was thinking December, but we'll be happy to strive for that.
Well, understanding the priorities and all that stuff, if that's too quick.
I think it's November.
You think it's November?
I agree.
Okay, then timing is not an absolute critical issue for me, but I don't want to. I'm with most of the people that are out there. I'm tired of buggy whipping this whole thing. Okay, I want to get it kind of done. So if we think we can do it in November, I'd even go with late November if it happens. Let's leave the timing flexible until we see what's going on, but with the notion of coming back in November sometime.
I think we need to leave that timing a little bit flexible because if we actually record that we want it in November, then we will need to have it in November. I think we need to give staff an opportunity to
No, I'd like to see
work
it.
on this. And,
Sure.
and again, I want something to come back that we can actually move forward with.
And having separated that out, that'll allow the working group
Yeah, and if
to start doing some things that we're going to talk about on the next agenda.
If that ends up being December, I'm all right with, I would rather have a good product come back that we can, all right?
So what are you not going to do while we've just assigned this to you?
Do you really want me to answer that, sir? Okay, I won't then.
It's
Just so you know, this is probably going to save us time, guys.
I'm not disagreeing. We're just trying to figure out what you need to move this ball forward, just like you are. And on the next item, I'm hoping we separate this out very clearly so we can have that group concentrate on other things.
Sure.
Being as you got the same staff working on both issues, I just want to remind you about that. Not beating that horse, but I need the public to understand that as well. It may sound easy, but it's time consuming. Regardless of what you're working on, it takes time. And we want to do it right, not just get it done. So I think I've heard you. We'll work with Supervisor Royce. We'll come back with an outline of some ideas, basic framework for you dealing with the issues of access, security, odor, enforcement, permitting processes, and how we're going to pay for these things.
And for clarification, you're going to come back to a joint
Joint group, and we're shooting for November, is what I've heard.
Evening meeting?
And I've also heard that be an evening off from your regular board meetings. And I'm seeing some nods, so it's, what's
I'm
that?
seeing the same nods, so
Okay.
we'll have direction. All right.
And we will deal with the enforcement thing separately out of this? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, enforcement has to be part
I'm
of
talking
it.
about the recommendations here. If that's fine, we'll tie it into this, but not as separate actions, all
Well.
I'm saying. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Sounds like a consensus.
Well, let's
Do
take
they need
a
motion?
10-minute recess. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is consideration of providing staff direction on proposed marijuana working group work plan to aid facilitation of research and discussion on the topic of the possibility of authorizing commercial cannabis activity in Tuolumne County.
Daniel.
Thank you. Our second item of the day for marijuana working group work plan. Our requested action is to provide staff direction on the proposed marijuana working group work plan to aid in the facilitation of the research and discussion of the topic of the possibility of authorizing commercial cannabis activities in Tuolumne County. Some background on our September 11, 2017 meeting. The marijuana working group met to begin the process of developing a marijuana working group work plan to facilitate education and discussion related to your board's request to explore the possibility of authorizing commercial cannabis activities in Tuolumne County. After discussion on the September 11th meeting, the marijuana working group determined that any work plan developed to properly explore commercial cannabis activities in Tuolumne County requires investigation into three broad subjects of cultivation, retail, and manufacturing. Along with these subjects, there's subtopics that should be discussed for each, which we've identified as distribution, testing, enforcement, fees, taxing, and banking, public education and communication, administrative policies, medical versus non-medical, and the responsibility of regulatory oversight. The marijuana working group was very clear that they'd be open to looking at more subtopics. This is just what we came up with in the time. Discussion was varied and comprehensive in the range of topics, and the working group considered general priorities to help guide county staff and the working group should commercial cannabis activities be approved by your board. And some of the general priorities that we discussed were to look into community health and safety policy that is consistent with the county's vision and mission statements, minimal impact to time and resources of county departments, positive economic benefit to the community, no nuisance to neighbors, revenue neutral or revenue generating to the county, no impacts to other land users, safe access for users, protection of the environment, and regulations that are easy to understand for the public and staff. The working group also looked into public outreach and education at their meetings, and we discussed multiple stakeholders who need to be involved. Some of the stakeholders that we mentioned, but not excluding, social workers, representatives from schools, law enforcement such as California Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, etc., CAL FIRE, cultivators, the Chamber of Commerce, Tuolumne County Business Council, and the Association of Realtors. The working group's very interested in different kinds of educational opportunities to be included in the work plan to learn more about commercial cannabis and their impacts. Commercial cannabis activities and their impacts. Some examples of this would be site visits to commercial cultivation, retail, and manufacturing locations, examples of success and failures in the form of case studies, presentations from licensed dispensary operators, engagement with the City of Sonora, education on substance abuse and addictions, presentations from schools on potential impacts to students, and presentations related to the 3 subjects and their subtopics from groups such as law enforcement, code compliance, and affected county departments and divisions such as the Agricultural Commissioner, Environmental Health, Public Health, and others. The working group also discussed the need for general public outreach and education in order to increase transparency and incorporate the community into the exploration process. With this, we're looking into the discussion to change the marijuana working group meeting times to late afternoon or evening to allow more public attendance. Currently, it's set forth at 8 a.m., and a lot of people are working during that time. The desire to have meetings filmed and uploaded to the county website. We are looking into this right now, and we are going to do that, but there are different logistics we need to address for that. And updating the county website to make information for this working group more accessible to the public. And we have done some of this updating already. You could access our website at tuolumnecounty.gov on the planning page, just under the marijuana working group. We've added a little bit of information on there, and we're looking to add some more. Under the 3 subjects of cultivation, retail, and manufacturing, much discussion ensued surrounding what types of questions need to be answered in order for the marijuana working group to make an informed recommendation to your full board for commercial cannabis activities in Tuolumne County. Based on that lengthy discussion, the marijuana working group work plan developed by the SCI Consulting Group is attached for your consideration, revisions, and approval. Related to this, staff is looking for direction as your board's preference on a path to follow regarding implementation of the work plan. SCI has provided 2 work plan scenarios which align with the 2 different directions your board could choose to take. In the first scenario, they outlined, also known as the traditional approach, it would direct staff to conduct a detailed exploration of commercial cannabis activities with the goal of making a complete recommendation to your board toward the end of next year. If you look in your packets, it's labeled pages 1 through 5, but it's after the initial memo. Under scenario 1, the funding options will need to be brought back to the board for discussion and approval. With this work plan will also take additional time as well as staffing and cost more than what SCI's original contract was funded for. And you could also look at the proposed schedule in the attachment. The second scenario, also known as the alternative approach, would direct the marijuana working group to focus primarily on education by the consultant and stakeholders while working toward the goal of conducting an advisory ballot measure in June or November of 2018 or polling in order for your board to get a better pulse of the community on their opinion regarding commercial cannabis activities. This approach would be less intensive, may not require additional funds from SCI contract, and it's also attached for the schedule is attached in the attachment. It's critical to ensure that both the marijuana working group and the board are provided the necessary education to make informed recommendations and decisions on issues involving cannabis. A variety of approaches are being discussed with staff, consultants, and county council, in addition to two scenarios listed, but have not been yet finalized. They include the following components for your discussion by the board. And those additional approaches would be to provide joint marijuana working group and Board of Supervisor meetings on regular Board of Supervisor scheduled meeting dates, break tasks down into one subject and address that one subject at a time, and possible reconsideration of the personal use ordinance direction received on September 19th, 2017. So, in summary, staff is looking for your direction from your board on the following items. One, on the different scenarios, if we're looking to approach more the traditional approach or the alternative approach. Does the board want to gather the community's opinion regarding commercial cannabis activities in the county in the form of an advisory ballot or in the form of a professional poll? Does the board want to include any additional stakeholders to be targeted to participate or present in the marijuana working group meetings? Does the board want to consider holding community outreach meetings in a tentative schedule? But does the board want to consider changing the time of the marijuana working group meetings to the late afternoon or early evening to allow more public involvement? And does your board want to combine the marijuana working group and the board meetings to increase education to your board and to better utilize staff and consultant resources? An additional note, staff will be postponing the next marijuana working group meeting on October 9th to allow the Board of Supervisors time to provide clear direction to the group and staff. So our overall recommendation is for your board to provide direction on the proposed marijuana working group work plan. Thank you.
A couple more points to add, Madam Chair. So, in going back to what we just discussed on a direct approach, this was always an option that we talked about in our group and with staff, trying to find a direct approach. This particular issue is a little more complex, but if you follow the same mindset, it can be work towards a common goal in a similar path. The traditional approach is more like we've always done. We talk about a subject matter, we make recommendations, and we move through a conclusion or recommendation to this board. What is considered in there, if you look at the initial page there about cultivation, how do I go back here? Here we go, all the way back. Here, you look at the cultivation, the retail, and the manufacturing. If you look at all the subcategories or subtopics, what you see is the discussions that similar to what we just had. We had it on personal and medical, but every one of these things we were talking about, tax and enforcement, testing, distribution, every one of those subject matters came up previously. It's no different here. We can try a more direct approach with this commercialization talk with the medical working group, that will be more effective in timelines. However, that it is a little bit more complex and you could miss something that way. The reason why we provided some other options there about either a poll or a, God, I am just drawing a blank. I apologize. My advisory ballot measure. Thank you. It takes two of us to try to have one sentence come out of my mouth. Thank you very much. It's to provide you some options. We're not saying that that is the way to go, but it does tie in the fact of getting input. Stakeholders, the general population, and those are measures which you can pick that. There are always other means. Somebody offered a $500 version of that. However, it is all along the same lines, trying to gather input, trying to give you direction, input, and insight, and then moving forward in a more direct path. It does not mean you cannot skip any of these steps or you'll miss the beat. So I just wanted to kind of tie that back together with our previous subject and discussion about that. And either option or any direction you give is fine. I'm just asking you to keep in mind that we're trying to work on both of those in a more direct path, and more time sensitive of your time and ours. I think better off we'll all be to try to get to the solutions that you're looking for as recommendations from the group. I'll leave it at that.
All right. All right. Supervisor Gray.
Excuse me, as far as going to advisory vote, we know that there's a cost involved in that. I don't know exactly what that would be, but 5, 10, 15,000.
Supervisor Gray, are you referring to additional costs for SCI? Is
Yeah.
that what or are you talking about the poll?
No, the additional cost for an advisory vote would be.
The advisory vote, I will ask that the attorneys talk about that. What I did get for the advisory poll or the polling was some professional companies went out and got some numbers for that.
Okay, that's what I'd be interested in.
Okay, so sorry about that. Thank you for reminding me. The polling costs run from about $20,000 to $30,000, depending on the detail, the length of them, or if you want mail-out version or if you want phone. The sampling size, we have about 19,000 registered voters. You guys probably know better than I do. That's what I've been told. The sample size of that can run from maybe from 4 to 500, depending on to get an accuracy of plus or minus 5% on those polls. These are companies that I contacted that is all they do. I had great confidence in them, and I spent a great deal of time on the phone talking to them about the questions that we might pose. They would develop very specific questions and come back and talk with us about what we would want. As far as an advisory ballot, it's new to me. I don't know what those costs are. If it goes on a regular ballot, I don't know what the additional costs are. I think Debbie Baptiste had spoken about that. The writing of the actual ballot is also an art that is not something that my staff or we contain. I'm not sure if our council has that. That may be something that also that would be that we'd have to have a private consultant help us with.
Well, so Ms.
answer your
Batista
question?
spoke to that at the working group meeting, and it was my understanding that if we hold it on the June or November election, that the additional cost was really minimal. If we have a special election, then we will incur considerable cost.
Costly.
So the working group really, if we're going to consider this, we talked about the need to be aligning it with, is Ms. Batista
No,
in the room?
I emailed Ms. Batista, and she said it would be somewhere between 60 to 80,000
For a special election.
for the advisory ballot.
For a
Right.
special
For a special
Right.
election, correct.
Yeah.
If we do it in June or November, correct.
It's almost nothing.
Yes. So,
So just which one, in your opinion, would we reach more people with? We have a percentage of people that would actually vote is, 50%. If you did a phone poll, you're going to get probably not 100% response because some people are just going to hang up on you for sure.
I did speak with a consultant. If you asked me my discussion with them, I was very, very precise with the discussions about to try to figure out how direct and how accurate the response back it is, because it is a poll. It's not a vote. And there's a difference.
Right.
A vote of the
Totally
real
understand.
people is a vote of
People can
your
manipulate polls, how they ask questions
And
and things
so
too. Your
I-
data's not that valuable.
I asked
in
them
my
very
opinion.
specific questions to make sure that they could craft questions that they're comfortable with. And I did go with 2 firms that I've researched fairly well. They came out of recommendations from other jurisdictions. There's also the League of Cities that have used these and some other professional organizations that I know. Their accuracy is fairly close. But again, if you look at polls, Look how elections turn out in the polls. You never know. So if you're asking my opinion, I talked with the experts on their end. They are very confident in their numbers that come back, but a vote is a vote,
Right.
and they're different.
I think the other distinction is that everyone has the opportunity to vote. They don't all exercise it, but they have the opportunity.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure with the polling that we can say that, well, I know we can't say the same thing. Everyone won't have the opportunity.
Just a comment on polls. If we chose to do a poll, and I'm speaking from years of analytic experience, okay, you get the answer to the question you ask, okay? And if we're going to go down the road of polling, I would want to see what the question, how the questions were framed before they went out, because it's very, very important. I can do a study that will prove that the sun does not come up in the morning, it comes up in the evening, okay? Seriously, I mean, it's almost that ludicrous. So, and ballot measures are equally bad, okay, because, again, it depends on how you word the ballot measure. For instance, a certain ballot initiative or ballot measure on the last election was something along the lines of Safety of Schools Act. Okay, there was nothing in that ballot initiative that addressed school safety or safety on schools at all. So I'm somewhat skeptical of that. By the same token, I firmly believe from my own experiential data that this whole issue is a 50-50 proposition. We can argue whether it's 48-52 today, but it could be 52-48 tomorrow, depending on whether somebody's, as we talked about this morning, growing it next door, or they're talking about using it somewhere away from them. So this, I'm not sure what use that either a poll or an election is going to be to us as decision makers, because this is such an emotional issue, and it is such, I think, an evenly divided issue.
So I think that we jumped to the first question that was more important, and that really gets at the conversation on scenario 1 or scenario 2, because there was conversation in the working group. Do we want to move forward with exploring commercial activity, or do we want to put it up to the vote, or do we want to get public, do it by vote of the public? And I really think that that is the first question that we have to answer, so we know if we're looking at scenario 1 or scenario 2.
So and I looked at this, and I'm going to toss out a potential scenario 3. I don't necessarily think that we all have our emotional biases, but I don't think that we really understand the problem space or the issue space well enough right now. My concern is we're trying to devise a way to get to a total solution here. I think that's the wrong approach. This is a very huge elephant, okay? And I'm not ready to try and swallow that whole elephant. I want to chop this elephant up into bite-sized pieces for a couple of reasons. One, it will allow us to achieve some relatively, and that relative is in italics, underlined, bolded, near-term successes. Okay, it will control how quickly, we're not going to dive off the deep end, we're going to wade in the shallow end. It's going to control how quickly we get wet, if you will. And it will allow us to stop and take pause when we find that we need to along the way. So I like the cultivation, retail, and manufacturing. The subtopics go to each one of those, but I'd like some dimension associated with the cultivation, retail, and manufacturing, or some level of effort, okay? Maybe we try this kind of cultivation. I don't know whether that's small, medium, large. I don't know what that dimension space is, but maybe we try this piece of cultivation, and then we try this piece of retail, and then we go back and maybe do a little more cultivation, and then we go do manufacturing. I don't know what the right path through that maze is, but I think we need to take it in an approach where it's digestible, okay, and take it in an approach where we can control it. Yes, I'm a control freak. I apologize for it. But I think it's very, very important that we do that, because that's the only way that we're really going to achieve success. Otherwise, we're going to be like Calaveras County that dove off the deep end and hit their head on the bottom of the pool. Okay, I don't want to do that. So I would recommend that we dimensionalize this somehow.
And now you're getting at what the majority of the conversation was, which is that matrix that's up there, and looking at under those three silos, what are the pieces, and we can break it down farther, all right? But I want to give Supervisor Royce an opportunity here.
First of all, I just want to identify some things that we all agree upon, I believe. One, we don't want commercial activity to overtake neighborhoods, residential areas. We don't want that to happen there. I think the board is open to the idea of commercial activity if it's regulated properly and put in the right places. Additionally, personally, I believe, and I think most of the board would go along with this, there needs to be a tax component to it to help pay for the liability it's going to create for our staff to be able to administer this thing. That being said, there's a critical path item to be able to meet deadlines for a June or November election. There's a time frame. I don't think we should do a poll to check commercial. I think we've already had a ballot measure this last election where people voted on whether they wanted to allow this or not, and the whole licensing scheme and everything was attached to that. I think in order for us to be able to attach the revenue to commercial, you have to have a ballot measure, a tax measure, a general tax, 50%, and it otherwise. And here's the thing: if we approve commercial without doing that, there's no local tax revenue associated with it. There's no benefit to the community as a whole, economically, to the county that way. Yeah, so I think right off the bat, the board should direct as a critical path item to pursue a tax measure for commercial. And that doesn't mean we have to do commercial. We don't have to. But if we do want to do that, and if we want to attach a revenue to it, this has to be done. So it just opens that door for us. Otherwise, we either have to spend $80,000 on a special election, or we have to kick it down the road another 2 years and not have any revenue attached to anything at all. I think that needs to happen as a specific item. Additionally, in here, I think there does need to be community outreach. I think there needs to be an evening meeting in every single supervisor's district, probably scheduled for next year, I think after the new year and the holidays. And it doesn't need to be a debate. It needs to be informational. I think we've had some really valuable presentations. We've got some PowerPoints, and I think RCRC and our consultants' information can be boiled down and put into a format we can deliver to the public to help inform them and give us an opportunity when people that are, not able to be here during the day can come and make comments, and we can hear them out before we move forward with it. And I think the working group should be there, and I think the board should be there. Through that process, I think we should invite all of the stakeholders that are on here. I don't want to create a separate process to meet with all of them because I think time-wise it just becomes cumbersome. But if they participate as part of that, they will be there to help field questions from the community. I want them to actually be there to hear it and be able to respond and help brainstorm as we move ahead. And at that point, I think this matrix that's put together with the cultivation, retail, manufacturing, and all of the subtopics can be the basis for agendas that can be handled in bite-sized pieces after the outreach has been conducted to be able to actually start smithing something.
I want I'll give my supervisors on this side an opportunity.
Well, I'll send it to the group, but I think there's a few more things that probably should be added there, but I come back to the same thing, you know. Rutherford said it again about stepping out too far. I want a risk analysis. I want to know where we can get in trouble, and I want to avoid that. And the thing, it has to be financially sustainable. I don't know if I like that description, but we can't, we've got to cover our costs to do this stuff at a minimum. And the risk as well, that's part of why I want a risk analysis. I want to make sure that, that this isn't going to end up costing the county money to make it happen. That's just reasonable. The industry pays for itself. That happens everywhere. But, you know, I mean, things like transportation isn't there. Maybe that's in your distribution topic. The environmental concerns and the security concerns need to know that they're covered. The public will want to know that. But I like the idea of public meetings. Present this, ask questions, answer questions, and be able to answer both sides of them. It's an emotional topic out there with everybody, and we need to allay fears with any path we take.
So Supervisor Hanfield, I want to address a couple of the items that you and Supervisor Rutherford have both brought up. And there is, if we're going to consider this, there is a timetable that we need to be looking at that is associated with revenue recovery for the cost of implementing, and that will be tied to a ballot initiative. There was a healthy conversation at the working group. If we were going to be having that on a ballot, then it is the first question that we ask, do you want commercial cannabis operations in Tuolumne County? Yes or no? And then there is a sense, and it is a separate question because somebody might vote no, but then say, yes, if we are going to have them, then we do want some taxing authority. So you really need to, and there's a couple things, and we've already talked about it. I don't want to put more on staff. Our staff resources are incredibly limited at this point. And so to do more, we need to understand the risks, but a lot of those risks are going to come with the education component. We're going to understand it. I am reluctant to ask staff to do another analysis without moving us in one direction or another at this point in time. And so I want to go back to the bulleted points that we have here and either add to them, but go through them so that we have some clear direction at the end of this conversation.
I'm okay with the ballot thing. I think we do need to do that. Evan's right in terms of getting it on the ballot in case we sometime do go down commercial road, okay? And I think the timing of that is a critical path. I agree with that. I think that the bite-sized chunks of the elephant approach obviates the need for some great big risk analysis, because if we take it step by step, we'll see what's happening as we go along. If we try to solve this thing in one big chunk, then we're going to, before we do that, we're going to have a pretty expensive effort to figure out what all the risks are associated with that, and it's going to be a very imperfect analysis because we're not going to be dealing with real-time data. So I go back to, I'm fine with all of this. The only thing that I would do is dimensionalize it a little bit so that we're doing some, we're going to, maybe we want to attack large-scale cultivation because that's where we can get the most money, and then talk about other scales of cultivation. I don't know. I don't know how to dimensionalize it, but somehow we need to take this thing step by step. And I don't think we want to just kick retail or manufacturing down the road for 3 years while we deal with cultivation. We may want to skip around. I don't know that either. That's where our joint meetings and those are the kinds of discussions that we can have in those kinds of meetings.
Okay, just to try to simplify the process, the thing that we need to do first is the time-sensitive thing. Supervisor Royce brought that up. Let's put our energy towards the time-sensitive thing first. Doesn't mean we can't work on the other stuff, but you've got a job just getting that ready. So let's do what we need to do first that has to be done in whatever time it is. That makes the most sense. As far as chipping away at it, every one of those is related. Cultivation, retail, manufacturing, they're all it's a product, and those are the components that you need to have answered in order to, if you're going to have commercial marijuana, you're going to have to answer those questions, whether you take a big bite of it or a little bite. Those are the problems. So, staff, I would be comfortable in directing them to do the time-sensitive thing first. Let's get it done so we have some sort of protection while we're working on those other things.
Supervisor Rutherford. Oh, sorry, Royce.
So I think I'm hearing more and more their support for the potential to pursue a ballot measure for a tax. For that to happen, there will need to be work done to sculpt what that is, and that will take some time. And I think that's the critical path part as we go forward. And working with staff and the consultant, I think we'll need to figure out a process to adopt that, and that process will need to have a way to have consideration for all the different variables and options, because there's different types of taxes and ways that you can do that. So I think we need to give them direction to come back with an agenda item.
Before we give the direction, there's one more piece that I want to have a quick conversation about, and then I would like to hear from the public on this, and that is.
He's also been chomping at the bit to say something.
Oh,
just to let you know.
I just want to remind everybody, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We're not the first to ever do this thing. We can go to places like Colorado, we can go to places like Oregon and learn something about what they did and what their problems were. And
I'm going to say staff has really been engaged at state meetings where they've been doing this. I know I've attended them with a number of our staff and other members, and they're doing that.
Well, I understand, but I'm just saying, from the time-sensitive point of view.
Yeah.
We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but from a time-sensitive.
It'll come out
Okay,
square.
supervisors. Yes. From a time-sensitive piece, I think that we should move to a joint working group meeting that has a scheduled time. And I'm going to, currently, our meetings are normally on the second Monday of the month, but I would move them from 3 to 6 in the afternoon or 4 to 7. We will agendize them. If we do not have a majority of the board there, then we simply will not make a decision.
Right, the working group, if there's a majority of the working group, they could proceed.
But what I have sensed in all of the conversations that we're having is that there is tremendous interest amongst the entire board, and I feel like we have really been duplicating the conversations and duplicating a lot of staff efforts.
Well, you're right.
And so I would like you to consider that also. And at this time, we'd like to hear from the public. So if you have a comment, please.
Supervisor Brennan, before that, may I just address the tax measure issue? Just to be clear, we're more than happy to work on it. We'll certainly work with a consultant on it.
Your microphone, please.
Oh, I thought it was on. One thing I just want to make sure that we're aware of is that a tax measure will have to be pretty specific about what you're doing. And so just, we can put something on the ballot. It may end up shaping whatever regulations come, even though you may not have them fully thought out at the time you're wanting to put the measure on. So I just want to make that very clear, because the measure is going to have to be specific. Okay, thank you.
May I add to that? I had that complete discussion with SCI, anticipating this happening. We have some proposals from SCI about that. That is their expertise. We will need that. Both Sarah and my group will need that. You will need to hear from them specifically on what risk analysis it has about you putting that ahead of all your regulatory side in your decisions. It can pave the way to a decision. You need to understand that, Sarah. Put that in, but I had that specific discussion with Neil and his group, just so you know. I learned a lot about that, but I am by no means going to advise you on those measures. That will come from them. We can do that from them. I'm looking at the time. I'll be brief here. But I would like to get back to the direction or we can continue this. So I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
Just have a series of comments. I really like the direction that you're formulating. I think it's smart. I think the advisory ballot would be a waste of time and not as effective as just a ballot measure. And the ballot measure we should push forward is that tax measure, even if we don't have a commercial ordinance in place. I wanted to go back to the stakeholder list. Cultivators were listed. I think it's important to note that many kinds of operators exist in cannabis business, including manufacturers, testing laboratories, dispensaries. So I want to make sure that everyone in the industry is included. And then I think it's wise to do these joint meetings and try and keep this ordinance process in-house with lots of public comment and outreach. These town halls, I'd love to join you on these panels. I can bring in folks from the industry who are professionals who can advise you, give presentations on, closed-loop manufacturing, those sorts of things. I really just want to thank and commend the board for today. It renewed my sense of trust in this process. I feel like you do work very well together, and I want to maintain whatever I can in contribution to this process. So I'll be sticking around. As far as polls go, I think those would be appropriate for scoping operators and what goes on, what they need, what they're doing, what would work within the bounds of the law. So I think that should be used for data gathering in those specific realms. I want to bounce back to the ballot measure. If it is a tax measure, we have to make sure it works. Fellow advocates in the state have failed at tax measures, and you can't go back. You only get one shot. My last thing, I can't give this to you yet. It's a draft, but we have been breaking down zoning districts piece by piece.
Thank you.
And I'll be showing that when it's finalized.
Hello, Jesse Kraft. So, kind of where I left off, but it kind of blends the two subjects together. Basically, I wanted to help with the educational aspect for the board and staff. There's an organization called California Cannabis Industry Association. Maybe somebody wants to write it down and look them up. And they put on shows all over California. Stakeholders go there, public officials go there, and they learn about how this process is evolving. Entrepreneurs like myself go there. They pitch their business plans to investors. A lot of the kids and people I met there actually successfully got funded from these investors, and they go back to their counties and they open up their businesses, and they benefit the community. So I just want to bring in the point of timing. I know you don't want to rush, but when entrepreneurs like myself are looking to invest in your community, there's a window of opportunity for us to get our products and our brands on the shelf of these dispensaries throughout the state. And it's a competitive market, and when that window is filled and those brands are there and that market share is taken, it will be impossible for us to run a competitive business in your county. And then you're going to have an unsuccessful program after all this work. So before a lot of people take those business plans, get funded from these investors, and go to other counties and open up their businesses, I just want to make sure you get a timeline so we can all be successful. Thank you.
I work in the commercial cannabis industry in Calaveras, so I kind of resent your comments about Calaveras, but I understand them because they are unintended consequences of their commercial industry. But no matter what you guys decide to do, when you decide to do it, there are going to be unintended consequences. That's just the way government goes. Calaveras decided that they wanted the economic growth. There is an economic impact report, 2 of them actually, put out by University Pacific. I would hope that you guys would decide that economic growth to that scale is much greater to the unintended consequences. On that same subject of unintended consequences, I believe the same mitigating factors from the personal medical are going to be some of the same for commercial, such as odor. And you say personally you feel like odor is an issue. Well, guess what? I'm not a judge, you're not a judge, we're not judges. And that falls under property right violations, which is essentially a tort. So when you get complaints about people that have odor coming that they can smell on their property, tell them to take it to court, because there's a preponderance of evidence. That is their standard. You don't have to follow that standard. You don't have to follow that standard. You could take a minority handful of 5 people and make a legislative decision that is oppressive to a majority of people. So you personally are making a decision that can oppress a lot of people and stifle the growth of this county.
Thank you. First of all, sir, the tort would be based on land use planning documents that we do pass, and we are, in terms of land use, zoning, enforcement, we are judges. We have a quasi-judicial role in that capacity. Am I right or wrong?
You're right. Your board acts as a quasi-judicial body deciding many of those decisions.
Thank you.
I would urge the board to take a longer vision into the future on this one. Think maybe 20, 30 years down the road about the future of our county and the future of employment in this county. Looking around and, in fact, attending everyone's speeches during the election, on this previous election cycle, to a T, every single candidate said they wanted to grow the economy, they wanted to create jobs. So here's your golden ticket right here. You're going to need government regulation. You're going to need dispensaries. You're going to need retail outlets. I would also encourage you to think about drafting tax measures regarding dispensaries and recreational stores. Since both of those are realities now, there's no reason that we couldn't use that to fund some of our programs that we're talking about. If we had a few retail outlets and a few dispensaries, I'm sure that it would take a tax measure to properly collect the money that you would need from that, but it could be pretty beneficial for our county. Let's see, as far as scaling the grows, I would urge you guys to consider type 1 and 2 grows as were outlined by the state. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the 3 sizes of grows that they put out there, and types 1 and 2 seem rather reasonable to me. Sebastopol is a good model for us. They're in Sonoma County, and they have a really good working ordinance there. The mayor of Sebastopol actually drafted it himself and is the owner of the kind of the more prominent dispensary there. It's called Peace and Medicine, and I would encourage you to reach out to him. I'm blanking on his name right now, and I should have been more prepared, but he's a really friendly and intelligent guy, and his business is very successful, and their county's thriving. Let's see, what else do I have here? The $11 million of dollars that they got in Calaveras from their licensing and from their taxes, I know that there are problems there, but that's a lot of money to spread around for the benefit of our county, so I'd encourage that. Also, if we could have, green regulation. I really like the idea of making sure that our grows in the county are within some sort of a sustainable model. I went to college for soil science and botany, and there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. We could certainly educate the public the right way. Thank you.
Just a couple of comments on the more the commercial side. Personally, I think some of your problems have come in because you've focused on the personal stuff to the detriment of the commercial, where they're intertextually or they're completely tied at this point in time, and you can't separate them out until you have that commercial component to really hold it off and talk to as a commercial component to separate it from the personal grows. I'm kind of reminded of a couple of analogies, but the one I think is most important here is when you're rafting down a Class 5 river, and the development of these regulations in everybody's county is really got to feel like you're going down a Class 6 rapids, I suspect, you people. If you try to slow down and back up and control it, you're into the rocks. The only way you get to choose your path is to pick a target and run to it as fast as you can, and when you get close to that one, you start picking the next one and you go to that one, because if you don't, you're into the rocks. And then just one more side comment. When we talk about gateway drugs, let's be real. Caffeine, which we give to our kids early and often, that's the gateway drug.
I'm coming to the board with a different hat on than just a citizen. I am the executive director for Tuolumne County Alliance for Resources and Environment. I also sit as a member of the Ag Resources Committee, the advisory committee. Two things that I heard at the last meeting that you had, and I believe at least one of them came from your consultants, and that was land use regulations. Because we are a county that is neighbored by and also includes federal land, and there are regulations that are on federal land that might not apply for our state and our county. So they talked about, and I think it was the consultants, they talked about doing a map with an overlay of the area of land that would be off limits. In other words, there could not be a grow within so many, feet, miles, whatever, yards. Because I think when you get to talking about showing the public things, that needs to be one thing that they see, that there is a specific area that we're talking about. It's not the whole county, and that there are already regulations in place for some of that land in that area, like the Williamson Act, so that the county members, the people who come to these meetings that you're going to have, can understand that we're only talking about certain places. I think that would eliminate the people who might rush to say, what about, our wilderness areas or whatever. There's already laws that would be protecting that from someone doing a commercial grow there. So I think that would just be helpful to do that, to make sure that's aware to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe CRA heard that at the last working group meeting, and they've already developed some of those maps with some of the sensitive receptors that have been identified, but it will be a huge piece moving forward.
Hello, Adam Fries, CAL FIRE. I apologize for jumping the gun earlier. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today, and also appreciate being shown as a stakeholder. This issue has had a big impact on our unit, not only on our forestry staff, but fire prevention and our firefighting as well. One of the issues that's come up in several meetings, one of the questions that's come up is some of the unanticipated cost related to commercial marijuana cultivation. And I've had several fires in the unit since June of 2016. I have costs for the first 4. The second 4 I don't have cost for. But the total for the first 4 fires was $1,406,664. One of those was the Appaloosa fire that burned across several different ownerships. So one of the things to consider with this issue is the impacts to fire. A lot of these areas are rural in nature. Takes a while for our resources to get to them. I know some of the discussions have been not being in residential areas. All 8 of those fires, only the Appaloosa was any size. I think the next biggest one was 10 acres. But all those fires had the potential for being large fires, especially if you consider in our county, an ignition in an area like Big Hill or Hills Hollow some of the more remote areas that take time to get to. So I just urge the board to consider those effects when you're, as part of this process. And I appreciate being part of the process and being considered a stakeholder in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam.
Sorry. Okay, so just starting where I left off. Just want to remind you that no commercial activity means no tax dollars. So the sooner we get to commercial activity, the sooner you have funds to enforce and eradicate. No commercial activity also means that the millions of dollars that cannabis farmers already infuse into this community will dry up and disappear as you wait to regulate. Farmers who have been patiently waiting for regulation will go under or move to a community that supports the legal cannabis industry or go deeper into the woods. No permit fees for enforcement, and Tuolumne County can all but guarantee that it will continue to be one of the most attractive destinations for black market grows. The state will be issuing temporary licenses January 1st. In my opinion, the county should be issuing temporary permits at the same time for a small, tightly regulated commercial industry. While we are all forward-focused on future regulations, I also see the need to be able to conduct ourselves in the many manners of business that present themselves. Without a temporary permit, as of January 1, we're dead in the water. I'd like to remember that we are your community and your citizens and your neighbors. Thank you.
T.Y. Atkins, citizen, Tuolumne County, 42 years. I'm just coming as a concerned citizen, representing probably the other half of the issue that's not being heard today. My concern is that the increased recreational use of marijuana will result in the increased abuse of recreational use and lead to many concerns that we also need to look at into the 10, 20, 30 years down the road. I would like, and I'm all in favor of the medicinal piece. We need to thoroughly explore that. I'm wondering why the commercial piece hasn't been focused on the medicinal part. Or if you're going to allow commercial use, why not focus on what's best for the citizens of the community, which would be the medicinal portion of marijuana use. And if people can grow their own, which they can, I'm all for anyone, even in my small residential lots in Tuolumne, to grow a couple plants outside for their own recreational use. That's great. Why do we need dispensaries if people can grow their own? I know the medicinal use piece is difficult because the amount that's needed. I'm also encouraging to explore the delivery and eventually maybe even the online purchase of both recreational and medicinal usages, supplies. And then the concern is the criminal element. I keep bringing that up. When there's large amounts of money, then you're opening a door to potential criminal activity. I appreciate what you guys are doing in the process, and I appreciate what's been shared today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring this back to the board.
I'd just like to know if staff knows what the direction was.
No, but I'm going to throw something out there.
Okay.
It's kind of like deep sea fishing, pulling up a big old giant halibut. Takes a while. When you finally get them up, maybe it's going to taste delicious. Daniel has a map here. I just want you to take a look at it. We're going to go through some steps. We're going to turn on some layers here in GIS. Daniel's been very good at working with our GIS department to come up with some pictures, because a picture does tell you a story. So I'm going to let him go through these layers and turn this on as we go through, and then I'm going to make a proposal to you.
Thank you. So obviously all commercial activities is going to be banned in federal lands, which is a large portion of our county. The red here is displaying all of our federal lands. The state has put in regulations for 600-foot buffer from any sensitive receptor, which they have defined as schools, daycares, and youth centers. So if we turn those on, I'll add some to that. It's also kind of hard looking at the entire county, so we could zoom into certain districts and certain cities, if you will like. Also, state parks, they're going to be restricted here. They're listed up in purple. You can see Big Tree State Park up here. And you guys have identified that you'd like to restrict any kind of commercial activity in smaller residential lots, such as R1 to RE5, and so we've also added that in here. And we haven't added anything with agriculture yet, just because we're waiting to see a direction. But as you can see, the amount of land that's left, it's not much. These large portions up here in the northern part of the county, that's all TPZ, timberland production zones. So I doubt there'd be any kind of, sorry about that.
So it looks
Any
like
kind of
as we turned on that first layer there, I noticed an instant problem there. That is not accurate. We have the accurate one, so I'm not sure what layer got turned on my laptop over here, but this is not the way I wanted to do it, but we're going to do this anyway, because that is not accurate on the federal lands. Here we go. There we go. All right. Can you put the lights on for us?
Need to turn off. There we go.
We're good. All right. So I'm going to stand and talk here because the map there had some areas that was not accurate. As you can see, some of this in District 4 here was not depicted on the map correctly, and it's very important to show. These are our federal lands, and BLM, state lands. The asterisks here with the red are sensitive receptors, which are outlined by the state. That is 600 feet. What the ordinance says, you can't have any cultivation within that area. You have in, I guess that's yellow-orange, you can see the areas that have a residential. So all I wanted to do with this map, it is draft for a reason. Obviously, that layer that came on in there when we tapped into the wrong database there, is to show you the areas that are, this is ag zone areas. Some of that will be Williamson Act land. We did not go into that. We talked about those issues. We did not label that. But you can see the areas that are private holdings by private timber companies, but the federal and state lands are very clear here. And here's your residential and your other areas. You'll see in the yellow is the RE1 through 3 is what we depicted on there. You also have RE5 and 10 on there. So I just wanted to show you, as somebody brought up, we are working on this already. It does kind of bring perception into what we're dealing with for cultivation and manufacturing and retail. I'm assuming that you will not want retail or manufacturing in residential areas. So that's all the map is meant to show. Obviously, it needs to be exact before we actually make decisions on it, and that's all I wanted to show. So we won't take any more time with that other than to show that. We need to relook at that layer. Okay.
You can ask him after the meeting.
So the point is we talked about bite-sized pieces. We're trying to make sure we provide you and the Marijuana Working Group bite-sized pieces of information. If we're dealing with manufacturing and retail, as I stated before, we don't allow manufacturing for any type of businesses in residential. Small home occupation permits set aside. We also don't allow retail out of homes. Private businesses, small homes out of your computer, that type of thing, an exception. So this gives you a little bit of an idea of the area we'll start dealing with on those sides. I'm going to make a suggestion to you on some of these things. You made some points about public outreach, joint meetings, district meetings, which we already talked about with a consultant. If we focus on that part with a consultant, putting joint meetings together, I need to clarify with you what days you want them and what times. Those joint meetings, we could schedule by districts, joint meetings as public outreach, and invite all the stakeholders to those over the next few months. We'll come back with a layout with that with you from the consultant. We could also give direction to your joint groups that when you decide to have these meetings, to start working on something that is more manageable. I have another map up there, which I won't get into, but if you look at the commercial and the manufacturing areas in our town, it really gets small. Very small. Those commercial areas, which you might allow retail. Those manufacturing areas, which you might allow manufacturing, start to dwindle this piece down into much smaller issues. If you want to change the direction, I was always thinking about cultivation. That's always been, seems to be the precipice of all the discussions. Why don't we turn this sideways a little bit and start working on those with the marijuana working group and you, and take these maps and start working on some issues, taking this proportion of a matrix here and dealing with retail and all the things that go along with that. Taking manufacturing, if you want, and do the same thing with it. While we do the public outreach, while we get the information out there, we can do both. It's just an idea. I'm throwing it out there to you to start working on it. It doesn't mean you can't work on both cultivation and manufacturing all at the same time with the group. So it's an idea to throw out to you that I think we can bring back within the existing contract of SCI, and also try to reach your goals of doing more public outreach.
Supervisor
Give me
Gray.
direction.
I think it's a great idea, and I think when people start seeing the map and seeing the actual areas where things actually can happen, it will really clarify the issue. So, good idea.
So.
Forgot the tax measure. I'm sorry.
Exactly. That was. Thank you. You just. That was the point I wanted to make, is that we had a time-sensitive piece that we have talked about with doing a ballot initiative. I think you've captured the majority of what I heard. I would like to propose that we move to joint working group meetings on the second. I'm open to the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday time. I don't know what other committee meetings the supervisors have, and of course we need to reach out to the work group also. And we may have to do a little bit of arranging of schedules. My best is Wednesday evenings, and I would say from 4 to 7. I see a frown.
Planning commissions are on the first and third.
The second Wednesday.
That's open.
And I'm open 3 to 6, if that helps, or. All right.
Second Wednesday of the month is TCPC.
All right. What's the second Tuesday?
It's in the evening. It doesn't matter.
Well, or that meeting might have to adjust. Correct. And that's why I'm thinking. All right. And so, so the second Tuesday of the month, provided that the working group members can meet at that time, and from 3 to 6. They're going to have to. 4 to 7 on the second Tuesday of the month.
Do we have an alternative in case the working group majority cannot do that? I don't know. I haven't checked with them, so I know we've got two of you guys here that are working through that.
I have a question regarding.
Can I do that, Madam Chair? I apologize.
Actually, yeah, I'm going to use my board prerogative and ask. I see a couple of the working group members here. Could you make the second Tuesday of the month from 4 to 7?
Yes.
Mr. Clamp?
Looks like we got a yes out of
All right.
two of them. I don't know about Jerry.
All right, so we'll reach out to, who else do we have, Jerry? And I believe that's it, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I will call him immediately after.
All right. And the first meeting of that group would be in November.
Okay.
And we had asked to look at the realignment, if it was done. If it's not done, because that's early in November, we can bring that the second meeting in December. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna.
If we don't have.
I'm sorry to do this,
The first
but-
agenda item.
It's the 14th, November 14th.
We're doing Tuesdays, the second Tuesday of the month.
There's an NDRC meeting scheduled that evening.
Yeah, we'll have to. We're going to have a very difficult time getting this joint meeting time together. Yeah, the NDRC, that's the working group?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I lost track.
Public outreach meeting.
All right, it has not been published yet.
It has, but we can.
Atta girl, Liz.
Thank you.
Thinking on her feet.
All right.
Mo's panicking. Mo's listening.
No.
Too late.
If it's been published.
It has.
All right.
Thank you.
What about an alternate location?
What about?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No.
Takes two of us to think. Alternate location?
I can't do that.
Could we use another venue?
Mhm.
Could the working group from NDRC use another venue?
Yeah.
Would you allow us to work through that with
Yes.
Liz?
Yes, that's a great,
Okay.
thank you.
So I think we can pull that off. Huh? Okay.
All
So
right.
what happened?
Sorry, trying to think on our feet here. I'm trying to think of
The second Tuesday
venues.
of the month, from 4 to 7,
Okay.
the venue will be, the place will be determined.
Should I block off the next 4 years?
No.
No.
Good.
Okay.
Oh, I only got 1.5 for now.
So I've heard we're going to change the meeting to the second Tuesday from 4 to 7. And it seems like we have a consensus there. I hope that the last member can make that. Jerry's pretty flexible, I hope. We are going to continue to work and try to come up with something to bring back to the board on a tax measure. I don't know timelines yet. Sarah, myself, Carla, and the group will just have to figure out something to bring back to you. I've already got something from SCI. I don't know if that's the direction we're going, though.
Mm-hmm.
We need to vet that through. Evening meeting set, that's a joint meeting. Sorry, I'm going through my notes here. Giving a task back to the group and the joint group. Is that the approach that you want to see? I'm sorry about the maps. That was not intentional. I don't know how that happened, but the intent on focusing on something that is achievable, more measurable, and let smaller bite. If you look at the maps on this commercial and manufacturing, it's, can you change that? Change that map out to the commercial one. It's much more telling. It's a lot more precise than this map. to me, if we're talking about zeroing in on something and actually getting something done, that is something I think we can do in a much more measured time. I know that it's out of order in my mind, but what's the other map, guys? It's the third one on the bottom.
Just a
There you go.
possible, and I don't want to muddy the waters too much, but can we have the discussion on what the bites might look like and how we would prioritize
At your
them
next
at that
group,
first?
you want to do that?
At that first meeting.
That's fine as well. And then allow that joint group to attack that any way they want. We'll have maybe some more interactive maps. You can see those.
I think that would be.
That's fine
more
for the
along what
first
I was
meeting. That is
envisioning
something we
also.
can do. Okay.
All right.
And I think we can do that just with ourselves without the consultants there. That'll save us
Sure.
money.
Okay.
And then we'll get a clear direction. We'll bring you back a path of the joint group and decide which way we want to go with that. I think.
Because I'd like
Let's
to hear
measure.
from the community before we kind of make a decision on that. So
Okay. I think we have enough.
So we have,
Yeah.
the date of the meeting will be Tuesday, November,
That's all we can do.
at 4 o'clock. All right. We have consensus on that direction? November.
It is November 14th, correct?
November 14th.
Okay.
Do we have consensus? I'm looking across the dais.
Yep, last chance.
Last chance. All right. Claire. With that, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.